Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Elendor Chronicles. Hang on, I just realised I should probably put a holding camera image over the screen. Welcome, everybody, to the Elendor Chronicles, brought to you by the Component Cast. Before we get on tonight's episode, as always, we have a few things we need to cover. One of which being, if you want to support the show, please feel free to do so by becoming one of our lovely Twitch subs or joining us on Patreon. Patreon gives us the biggest slice of the pie and helps us create more shows like this one. You can also help us out completely for free by liking this broadcast, sharing it, commenting on our shorts, commenting on our YouTube videos, listening to the Elendor Chronicles Volume 1 soundtrack over on Spotify, and all those great things. We're going to probably be doing a shorter session tonight, so buckle on it in, whoever knows. But without further ado, I am going to begin this broadcast. So, last time on the Elendor Chronicles, we left off with our party uncovering a few more revelations, but picking themselves up from another fight with yet another beast, afflicted by the power and energies that the seals that have now been remade are causing. You retrieved the soul chain, which is now actually no longer in your possession, but we'll cover that in a moment. We brought us back in with a conversation with Delphina Curtin Swift and Ulrich the Bard Scholar. Again, in one of his phantasmal taverns. His memory had begun to return, which is a constant evolution and a daunting reminder that the end is nigh, as the apocalypse still looms. With the extra information, Breton, Valymr, and Ruby decided to take the rest of the day back in the Cathedral of Ascension, back in the Reliquary, to solidify some of the findings, some of the knowledge, that, in fact, the hero might be heroes. However, tensions boiled to a head. Ruby and her pursuits for a physical way to defeat your future enemies fell back into wonder. That drawing power, that drawing itch of Caloris that had been with her since birth nagged again, and the fires rose up. In that, a small argument broke out between the party, and she teleported away. Dejected, Breton and Valymr remained at the cathedral. Just as Breton was about to leave, Valymr uncovered something that had gone missed. A secret antechamber within the cathedral that held even more secrets, including a certain skeleton who is now in possession of the soul chain as collateral for some
Bro's got a friend.
knowledge. And a friend, yes. But we left off with you two waking up in the morning, gathering yourselves, and deciding how to face the day. But before we get on, I need to give you both the opportunity to earn yourself a sessional inspiration. That doesn't change even if one of the party members is away. So, for the sessional inspiration tonight, I'm going to keep it simple. Can you name me 5 of the 9 lights with their new names?
Caphriel, Aya, I don't know, I'm struggling. Pindar, Osmus, one more.
You need one more.
Luster.
There you go. Hey, absolutely. Sessional inspiration for both of you. Take that D20 advantage roll.
Don't also forget that we used the Luxon last week, so we
You
also
did.
have that. We have the mode of possibility for us too.
True. Then I also used all 3 of my luck.
You
You did. That's what. That's
yeah.
you gave yourself
You
a
did
luck
the
back.
Luxon
I tracked
after.
mine
Okay.
by inspiration, so I'm going to track mine separately.
So, the other thing,
I got my inspiration D20 over here.
I will remind you both. You do have the Platinum Chalice. You could perform.
Yeah,
a
we should
ritual.
also use that.
Yeah.
Because we have that. The only ritual we have not done is the ritual of the hero's aid.
I'm willing to do it just to find out what the
you know what?
grade for it is.
I asked this before. How much of a predilection do the drow have for using poison in your society? Because being immune to a poison and advantage on wisdom saves, so we can't be charmed, I can't be frightened, might be a big thing going down there.
Yeah, but the poison especially is probably a good one to go for.
Cool. Let's go ahead and find out what that last ritual is. Let's see what the boon consumption is for the ritual of the hero's aid.
Sure. Okay. I will need to dig that note out. But you commit to the ritual of the hero's aid. This time, the Platinum Chalice reverberates with a bluish, watery nectar and fills the bowl. It begins to overflow onto the floor. It doesn't seem to do damage, like water damage or anything, to any of the room you're in. It's more of a mystical scenario. And then pink rose petals and begin to flow out of the water. The water actually looks like the god nectar that you see in Nine Lights churches and cathedrals. The often pools of water that are used to cleanse. The chalice has begun to produce it, and you let it wash over you. So now, once per day, you are now cured of all diseases and poisons. You're healed to full health if you haven't already, and you regain all your hit die. You are now also immune to poison and being frightened, and make all
I needed that.
save throws with advantage. Your hit point maximum has increased by 4d10, so roll those now.
Is it individual or both together?
Individual.
It's both. Okay, so otherwise we could just both roll 2. An extra 27 for me, and an extra 33 for Eladrin the Immortal.
Whoops. Don't know why that happened. Can I just not have him? Release. There we go. I've released my man.
I don't think there's a way to temporarily increase your maximum hit points, so I'm going to make a physical note in my block.
Can we
for what my hit
Just
points are
add it to your
supposed
temp hit points.
Yeah, but these are increased to maximum hit points.
That's
If we need to
true,
heal
so you
up
can
to
heal
that.
up. Yep.
So, do I give myself 33 wound? Wait. Give myself 33 wounds and give myself 33 temp hit points and increase my max by 33? It's like give 33 to all 3 boxes.
I would just say increase your maximum by 33. That's all you have to do.
But do you get those hit points back? Oh, it gains the same. Okay.
You also heal those hit points. So yeah, you're.
Okay. I'm just gonna put. Right. That's what I'm currently at.
I'm a professional DM. I'm very good at math. Ignore me using a calculator to figure out what my hit points should be right now. Thank you.
Oh, I accidentally gave myself. My thing's locked.
I don't know what the hell with the new the system locks itself is. I don't get what the heck that's for. Feedback for Fantasy Grounds. We're not fans. Sorry guys, we don't like the whole. Sometimes it locks the character sheet. You can't do anything with it. I don't know what the purpose of that is. It doesn't help.
I know what it is. The DM, the maker of Fantasy Grounds, is a DM, and he had a cheating player in his party.
What was this for?
Reactionary. Because to change your max hit points, you have to unlock your character sheet and then relock it afterwards. Because unlocking it also...
There might be a new setting where I can say auto unlock. Everything's all unlocked, like at all times. Because you guys have the power to unlock it. I was trying to give you guys control of the party loot as well, and that was difficult. I couldn't find a solution for that. I would love to be able to designate someone who has full control of money in the game, like a trusted player role within Fantasy Grounds. That would be fantastic, because boy, would it be great if I didn't have to do all of the accounting.
Yeah.
It's like being the banker in Monopoly and the game board in Monopoly. You don't do it.
I always pick a player. It's their job, not mine.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm up to 166 HP at the moment.
143 plus 33 is not 166. It's 176.
Hey, let's go. Look,
fun fact.
I'm not a DM. I'm not good at math.
My old max. your new max is my old max. I broke 200.
Wait, so I'm a 176?
Yeah, you're at 176.
Hell yeah.
I'm at 203.
Yeah, I only gave myself 23. Fair, my bad.
And as soon as Mitch, we'll sit here and just chat a bit as Mitch tries to figure out what the heck the boon consumption for this is.
I know this one casts 2 spells on you, and I can't remember which is the thing.
Okay. Hero's Feast.
No.
Get even more temp HP.
You lose the bonus, but you get a Hero's Feast, which is you just keep the bonus. Like you still have the bonus.
You use up all them temp HP, and then you just get it again.
You get 2 less because it's 2d10 instead of 4d10. But everything else is the exact same.
Use up the bonus to make these your permanent new max HP.
I mean, if that was the case, then we'd have
do it every day.
Do this every day.
Yeah.
Like, how long to the end of the world? We got at least 2 weeks, guys. We got 2 weeks of planning to go through. No.
Oh, I rolled really fucking well on that 4d10. Holy damn.
You rolled super good.
That's bonkers.
Like I rolled good as well, but you rolled damn near max on 3 die. So when we go to Kensek, I imagine they may speak a little bit of Common, but if the primary dialect down there is Elven/Undercommon, I'm not going to speak a single word of the language. So you may have to steer the conversations.
Suppose neither of us have comprehend languages spell, do we? My mother might be able to cast comprehend languages on you.
I mean, that only lasts, 10 minutes, an hour?
I don't know.
No, the issue we're going to run into is that if they speak Common, we're good, but if they speak Elvish or Undercommon, you're going to have to translate for me.
Yeah, Undercommon would be the primary. Lasts for an hour. It would probably help to have that anyway. Just if it's possible, then
Ruby's not here, so I don't need Warding Bond. I can switch that out for protection from poison. No, wait. We're already
We
immune
don't
to
need that
poison.
anymore. Yeah, don't need that.
Yeah. Well, the fuck would I need that? We're already immune to poison. I could take aid. Just give us even more maximum hit points. No, let's not worry about that. Let's take that just in case. I've had remove curse prepared since we went through the issue and realized that the blood, the curse, the blood was a curse, not just a disease. I've had that prepared forever now. I could probably drop that for a bit.
I've given you the boon consumption. So upon consuming this boon, the creature casts Holy Aura and Sunburst centered on itself at a range of 60 foot, instead of the 30 from Holy Aura and the 150 from Sunburst. This requires an action.
That's pretty good.
For those of you who don't know, Holy Aura, again, we're using the Legacy version because we're not on 2024 D&D, is a divine light that watches over you. It is an 8th level cleric spell. And divine light washes out from you and coalesces in soft radiance in this case, 60-foot radius around you. Creatures of your choice in that radius, when you cast the spell, now shed dim light in a 5-foot radius and have advantage on all saving throws, and other creatures have disadvantage on attack rolls against them until the spell ends. In addition, when a fiend or undead is affected with a melee attack, the aura flashes a brilliant light. The attacker must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or be blinded till the spell ends. And then Sunburst. Sunburst is a brilliant flash of light in which in a 60-foot radius sphere, each creature makes a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, a creature takes 12 d6 radiant damage and is blinded for 1 minute. On a successful save, they take half as much.
Question. Sorry, go for it.
A creature blinded by the spell makes another Constitution saving throw by the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on a successful. This spell dispels magical darkness that was created by any spell.
I have an question.
Yeah.
If I use one of these boon consumptions, HP at 176, that instantly goes down back to regular.
Yes.
If I use a boon consumption while I have, let's say, 10 HP left,
you would go down.
I would go down. Okay, so
your current hit points don't change.
Yes. No. So for example, if you were at 40 HP and you lost the 30 bonus, you would go down to whatever remained, right?
No, if you were over your normal maximum, you would go down to your normal maximum because you don't take damage from losing max hit points. But if you were at 10 hit points and you lost it, then you would just be at 10 hit points still.
Yeah. Sorry,
okay.
Yeah, no, that's so. I was thinking if you had 40 max HP, and if this was used on a level 1 who had 10 HP, and it was up to
losing
40.
max hit points does not cause damage.
Yes,
is the reason why that happens.
Just wanted to clarify.
So you won't accidentally, kill yourself if you're like 1 hit point. You're like, you know what? Last chance. Let's just do something. We all think about it. We just look at a long rest. I need to make sure to remind myself. I gotta make sure to remind myself and just go ahead and fix my lay on hands because we'll make sure we may need some of those lay on hands where we're going.
Mm-hmm. So we took a long rest just before we went to see Walmar, right?
No, I was going to take a long rest when you found Walmar and you called me back in, and then we did some studying and we both got in just a little bit of sleep that night, so we weren't exhausted and get a long rest before we left.
Right. Yeah, because I think I did my trance beforehand. That's why I had luck back, and now I don't think I get that back anymore. I think that is.
Yeah, you've got a
used up. So I can't just do an extra trance. I think I only did one 8 hours ago.
We also have access to the
the
mad scribblings of I put his name down in my notes. I did absolutely put his name down in my notes. It was Bethar.
So you've woken up and Valymr... you've woken up. Valymr, you've used all of your luck. You're now taking the morning off to try and recover that. Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't think I can do another trance immediately, though, can I?
Soon.
Not so soon, yeah.
You can only take a long rest once every 24 hours.
Yeah, so no. I got 1 luck back because of the Luxon.
Mm-hmm.
I've got inspiration. It's going to have to do.
Yep.
So I guess while you're having the rest of your long rest, I guess I will just read through the book that I got. What book did I pick up from him? Oh, I didn't write down because I'm an idiot. As I picked up a. Would I have been able to leave with the book? Probably not. Right? It was
you guys are allowed to leave with books because you've left the soul chain with Valymr.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, the books from his personal collection and the items from his personal collection are fine. It's the dangerous lore that he won't let us leave with.
Yes.
Can I ask him if he's got any books about charisma?
Ruby will actually kill you when she comes back. I'll tell you now. Ruby will actually kill you when she comes back.
Should I teleport where?
It's bad enough that this is a group where all 3 of us are primary charisma users.
Yeah.
He absolutely has a tome of leadership and influence. However, it's heavily cursed and will send you deranged upon use.
I guess remove curse on it first.
You can certainly try.
I mean, if he's going to allow me to live with it, I'm...
No, he doesn't. That was me joking.
Okay, I mean...
sorry.
The joke backfired because I have removed curse.
r/sarcasm.
Okay, my bad. Okay.
No, he doesn't
let me just...
have a tone of leadership and thing. It's not
Essentially, just find me any book that might pique the interest and be of relevance. See if... Let me know.
So, again, to go through this extra library. This library has books on all of the shadows. It also has some books on certain gods on the bits that didn't make it into the main gospels and stuff. It's the heretical writings, e.g. And there's also a few artifacts here that are all, these shouldn't be in the wider world, but we couldn't destroy them.
Right.
So, where would you like to try and look? Because you've had the writings of Babaforth.
Yeah.
The Babbler. You've also found the stuff that was being studied by Zethacris. What area would you just kind of like to...
I would like to ask, because if I've got a few hours down here while Breton is sleeping, I would just talk to, I keep trying to say Wulbren. It's not, it's Wulmar.
Wulmar, yeah.
He's not Wulbren Bongle, he's actually nice. I would basically talk to him about the various artifacts and just, I don't know, say, what have you got? What does it do? And how evil is it? And that kind of thing. See what it is that is down here. And sure, some things might be, we can't let this go. But so I'm surely some things are borderline. They're the gray area that, might not be the end of the world. I mean, it is, but might be and against the end of the world to potentially, bring some of this back to the light.
It's always a worry.
Because oh shit, no, oh my god, it doesn't matter if it's fucking evil. We have the scales. We can fucking change it into good shit. We can make these things good.
Theoretically. I've been sitting on that for a week now. I'm just like, Valmyr's the one I think carrying those scales. Because he's So it's like
We can make it good.
It's
This is great.
It's almost like I've given evil stuff for a reason.
Oh, I wonder what would happen if we used that with the chain.
Is the chain evil?
I don't know if the chain is evil, but like I wonder if it would balance its personality.
So he's like half annoying and half helpful.
He just becomes Clippy, which is like a lateral move at best.
He already is. He's a chain of Clippies. Everyone's made a paperclip chain
Master,
before,
I
right?
can do that. It's like, Master, I see you're trying to take over the world. Would you like some help with that?
Yes. Yeah. We could change everything. Like, hang on, let me look at this. Let me look at the.
Oh.
Scales of Law. Here we go. Scales have the power to break curses on magical items placed on the scales. Based. Convert the alignment of others. Item placed on the left scale will change the alignment of the item on the right.
Oh my god. The scales can help fix Caloris.
Is he an item though?
It says right there, the scales have the power to break curses on magical items placed on the scales, as well as convert... sorry, I guess I read convert the alignment of others, as in maybe you can convert the alignment of people.
No, I read that as items.
If we could take something that... I was wondering, it's like, if we could take something that represents Caloris and put it on the scales, could it balance Caloris to a more...
Corpses are items.
No, they're not. Corpses are creatures.
Oh, never mind then.
No, sorry. I gotta take a hard stand on that, because if corpses are items, the spells that restore creatures to life don't work anymore. And that means Valymr has been dead twice over this campaign and has not been resurrectable. I'm doing it for you, bud. Just I'm thinking of you.
Okay. Yeah, if we can find some like horrifically evil item, change it to good, bring it with us, everything is absolutely hunky-dory.
Let's focus on finding something useful before we find something horrifically evil. Like, it doesn't need to be evil. It's just...
Right, yeah. It's like, this thing is the most heinous thing that has ever existed. Increases 10 HP by 1.
I'm stuck on now. Like, if Caloris has a core or something that makes up its physical being that we could put on the scales, we might be able to use that to help, like, censor some of its more destructive tendencies and help it, like, realize the potential Ruby wants for it.
Like, what is it? I mean, it's definitely on its chaotic alignment. It's definitely not good, but is it chaotic neutral or is it chaotic evil?
I think that the point there is, like, all we need to do is get it closer to good. Because a creature that is good can still destroy, but it has more... It shares a far more, like... How do you phrase it? Like, it would have far more considerations for its own actions, instead of just being something that destroys.
Mm-hmm.
Fire doesn't care what it burns. Fire is fire. It spreads well at will.
Yeah.
But if you give that fire a morality, it may second guess what it should be burning. It doesn't cease to be fire, but I mean, I feel like that's what Ruby's been looking for this entire time. Now, granted, she may solve this problem without us, and if she does, more power to her, but we may have a second answer. Fuck, I feel like this is something that Breton might need to Sapstone for. And that's Elendor Chronicles, everybody! As we realize that what we were going to do just immediately got sidelined now. This is the episode that never was. Also known as the first episode.
Hold on, I'm there is an item I'm trying to find. I just can't find it in the bloody DMG right now. So.
You know the name of it, just Google.
Yeah, I tried Googling it, but apparently I just don't remember the name.
If you told me what it is, I could tell you what it is.
What is the most evil item in 5e?
I think the most evil weapon I can think of... I thought weapon, first of all, is Black Razor. Black Razor is a very notable evil weapon for stealing souls, but it's also extremely powerful. There's also weapons...
Head of... the whispered one, I guess.
The eye, and the hand of Vecna. Those are pretty
Yeah.
awful items that are.
Oh, it could be the Iron Hand of Null in maybe. I bet there's a deck of many things down here.
Is there an Orb of Dragon kind down here by any chance? Just useful for controlling dragons. Like maybe Zedaar didn't take that last time he was here.
Or maybe he did.
He
I
probably
thought
took it with him. That's how he's able to control the rest of them, bastard. It's a sword of ass.
Yeah, so one of the things he shows you, Valymr, is a really grim looking talisman. And it looks to have like a holy symbol that you've never seen before.
Okay.
It looks to be a large holy symbol. Give me a quick religion check if you wouldn't mind.
And I'm a paladin with a +0 to religion. That's a 13.
You make out that this symbol seems to be made up of lots of other holy symbols. Like this is a conglomerate symbol?
Are the symbols that make it up, are they the shadows? Or is it shadows and lights in there?
It seems to be shadows.
Okay. Can you tell me any more about this amulet? What is it? I can see all these. They're the symbols of the shadows, right?
Yes. This was brought here by Glim de Fionia himself.
Okay. What does it do?
It was a holy symbol belonging to a commander in the apocalyptic army. It is the last known image of the Assembly of the Apocalypse's banneret. It is
pretty evil, then.
It is a very potent representation of utter evil.
Do you mind if I do an experiment on it? Because, I mean, you know what we've brought with us. Many of the seals. Are you aware of what the scales are capable of?
Capable of? Vaguely, not theoretically. I would, however, handle this with care. It tends to damage those of goodwill.
Okay, well, is it cursed?
Not in the normal sense.
I'm going to use Mage Hand to pick it up.
Time to find out if Mage Hand has an alignment.
Look on Mitch's face, because I know exactly what Mitch was talking about. The look on Mitch's face was like, I'm gonna use Mage Hand. He's just like, oh, you motherfucker.
Okay. Yeah, no, the Mage Hand picks it up.
And I'm going to place down the scales on the floor, and I'm going to place the talisman upon the left scale.
Okay.
And then I'm going to take off the blindfold and I'm going to place it on the right scale.
Ooh.
I was very clear. I was very,
Yeah.
very. I read that 17 times.
Can you remind me of the alignment of the
blindfold was
Lawful neutral.
was good, wasn't it?
It's lawful neutral.
I think it's lawful neutral.
It's lawful neutral. Oh, okay. Hang on.
Capriel is lawful neutral. She
Yeah.
is not good. She's not evil. She is pure lawful.
Yep, she is.
Do I have a good thing?
Because
I bet I have something. What if Breton presents the Chains of Air?
That could work.
Air is a good aligned deity. I guess you'd have to go and get them from Breton. Again, I'm sleeping during all of this.
Mhm.
But that's the idea if you want to
go
do
steal your chains.
by the change
Honestly-
you mean the barding?
The barding, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So
Okay.
for reference, Valymr, this is what we would call a talisman of ultimate evil.
Of course it is. We're turning it into a talisman of ultimate neutrality.
I'll just tell you now what you've circumvented. A creature that is not good or evil that touches the talisman takes 66 necrotic damage, and again at the end of every single one of their turns. If you're good, you take 8d6, and again at every single one of your turns.
So every 6 seconds you would take 8d6 damage while holding it.
Holy shit!
So that mage
If
hand.
it's good, it gives you the health.
But
No.
specifically, I was going, mage hand is probably neutrally aligned, but then I read, the hand can't attack, activate magic items, or carry more than 10 pounds. So
it's not activating it.
it can't activate it.
Okay.
And I will say that according to the DMG, there is no neutral version of this item. Just before you break a possible science boon.
Is the seal amulet the one that detects whether something is a seal or not? Is that good aligned?
It's just been tuned to the seals. Frequency.
Okay.
It's
I don't
not-
think I guess then I would like a back. I don't have anything good enough.
Breton definitely has some good things.
Yeah,
I'm sleeping in the like the library because we established that because like I'm not leaving just to do that, so it would be there somewhere.
He would also have the sword.
I don't think I have the right to touch that, so I'll leave
You
that
touch
with
that blade, you lose your hand.
Well, I'm pretty
Exactly.
sure. I'm pretty sure the barding's on.
Silverell hasn't been around
Oh,
in here.
no, the barding is on Silverell.
You've
That's
already-
right.
That was the last time you were here, not this time around. So
All right. Well, for the second time in the same night, I'm going to wake you up. Bren, I have a great idea. I know. Sorry, that you're asleep. The scales can make some of these evil items into good. Some of these really heinous items that are down here for being so evil that they can't, be in the world. We can make them good and then morally make use of them. But I don't have any good items. Do you have something?
Morally make use of them is.
Yeah, we can do it without,
Such a paladin line.
And we'll be increasing the amount of good in the world.
Couldn't you just go get one of the artifacts from one of the good lights?
You go back to sleep. I'll be right back. Good idea. Okay, I will go upstairs and have. Actually, no. Are there items down here that are also from the good, or is that just books that shouldn't have been, written about?
It's books that are now deemed heretical, and information that's now deemed heretical from the main church teachings.
Okay. Well, I will go upstairs and I will cast detect evil and good. I mean, technically the wording isn't like exactly right for it, but would it like I'm trying to detect good? Is there any ping from that kind of thing? It doesn't really. The wording is very much
wrong
not.
spell for this. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I will say, for an item to have an alignment requirement, that is often quite rare and tends to be the most powerful items available.
Delphina's probably still in the library upstairs, right?
Delphina is currently up, and what time is it? It is 9 a.m. at this point, and so is the Archbishop.
I'm gonna, if they're both roughly around the same place, I will say, I have a request of both or one of you. I require a good item, as in good. It is good item. You will have it back in approximately 15 minutes. Good in the sense of good and evil. Consecrated item. Holy item. Is a matter of great importance.
Delphina looks and goes, I am new to this place. I do not have a good idea of what might be constituting good, but to align morals with inanimate objects to me sounds very peculiar. The Archbishop kind of chuckles and she goes, I'll have a look around. What is it for?
You know we have the seals.
I know you have some.
One of them is capable of making bad things good.
A cleansing.
Indeed. And there is an item that I've located within this, within the library here, that is in need of a bit of cleansing. But I require a good item with which to do it, and I don't currently... I'm not in possession of one.
You found evil on this hallowed ground?
Yes.
Very well.
It's much important that I rectify the situation.
I'll have a look around. Absolutely. Give me a quick deception check.
I feel like I was being off. Fair enough.
No?
18.
Okay.
I feel like I didn't technically lie there.
You didn't. But you did mask the truth.
It's a white lie.
Okay. She closes the book she was reading and runs towards she runs towards the wing for Ardor. And after a while, comes back with what seems to be a small You would have seen these, because I think Zep had one. Looks to be some sort of mechanical sundial or clock.
Okay.
And she hands it to you. Try this.
Can I ask what it is?
Supposedly, according to what I've been reading, it is a parapept of time. It belonged to, well, it was a gift from Arda to the king that never was themselves.
Oh, wow. A period of time. Did he use this when fighting Null?
I don't know.
There's a whole lot of time shenanigans going on when that happened.
Arda's an interesting god. They are revered as the head of the pantheon, even above the king that never was, but truly what we know of them and their impact on the War of the Heavens was probably the least of them all.
Okay. I will. This should work. What does it do? The periapt?
I wouldn't. It's not been identified in that way.
Do you have the ability to identify it in that way? It would be good to get a definitive amount of knowledge, especially on like its alignment. Many neutral things were used by good gods, for example.
Sure. One moment. She goes over to like a cabinet and grabs a set of pearls and some scrolls.
Could have given you a pearl here. But
She clutches the pearl and places it to her forehead, reads the scroll, and then holds the period of time. It is definitely of a good alignment. It has the ability to remember a time of day or the weather and produce it localized.
so it could cause a bit of local rain.
It also seems to be able to empower spells such as Time Stop. Haste, anything that manipulates speed
Okay.
or the progression of the Chronos.
This should do nicely then. Thank you. And I'll take it and then head off back towards the. It's in the King That Never Was' area, right?
Yes.
Is she following me?
Make a perception check.
That's a natural 20.
She hasn't followed you, but she's definitely watching you, and you get the impression that she might follow you in a moment when she thinks the coast is clear.
Well, I guess I will round the corner and then Misty step through the bars.
Sure.
That's how I have to do it anyway.
Mm-hmm. But the bars are visible still.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it was a what's called a bookshelf that just got slid over, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure. You are now behind the bars. The bars are like around from where she is, so it's not like she could directly see the bars as you went in.
Right.
So she'd have to enter the main chamber to see where the bars are.
Okay. I'm not going to bother trying to move anything to cover it. I'm just going to continue through.
Mm-hmm.
Back into the main library.
Sure.
So as hidden library, yeah. As I head on over to the scales, I go. I turned my old glaive good. I could have just used that. We used the sword to turn my old glaive good. I completely forgot, but it's fine. I got the thing now. Yeah, I will put. I'll put the periapt on the right-hand side,
Mm-hmm.
and then I will place. Actually, no. The coins are only for finding the alignment. So yeah, I will. The amulet's on the left. The periapt is on the right.
Okay.
While I was up with the bishop,
Mm-hmm.
he said she brought some scrolls.
So have you
Could I-
tuned to the scales?
Yeah. We didn't attune to it last time.
You did. You spent time and attuned to it.
In that case, I will. Okay, I will spend the.
Unless
time
you've got
to
a free
attune to it.
attunement slot, then you can just have it still.
Let me check my items.
Yeah,
I've
it's
got the
in the
blindfold,
handout.
animation
It's
shield.
not very clear, but it says it provides the attuned creature.
I do not have an attunement slot. I have one free. Oh no, I don't. But I will unattune to the Spelllock's Gauntlet and attune to it.
Okay. Remember, your wisdom score goes up by 1 when you're attuned to this.
Okay.
Okay. So, an item placed on the left will change to the alignment of the item on the right as it begins to balance. Sure. So you see the heavy weight of evil begin to be raised up by the offset of good until both sides of the scales are raised to the up position. Let's take some time. You then see a burst of green, vile energy erupt from this talisman as its entire structure bends and distorts. The open mouth skull in the center beaming with this necrosis that's then slowly burnt and fizzled away by radiance. Its dark, talisman coating is replaced by a deep golden brilliance. The shapes and symbols begin to etch and change. In fact, the symbols you see are like none that you've seen before. They're not holy symbols you recognize.
Okay.
But-
That is interesting.
You see a fire surrounded by wings. You see a spear or some sort of long-bladed weapon surrounded by horns and a halo. You see a set of one large greatsword. The sword is aflame, but behind it, 2 more crossed swords. You see a set of crossed hammers and a gear set on a cloud. You see 2 set of feline eyes. In the fist of a glove. You see a simple shield and a ring. You see a paintbrush and a gear. And you see a melon?
Well, that's certainly interesting. When I was up in the main library, could I have asked to have one of the scrolls of identify?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. In that case, can I cast Identify on the new Amulet of Ultimate Goodness?
Yes, it's a talisman of pure good. It's a wondrous item, legendary, requires attunement by a creature of good alignment. This talisman is a mighty symbol of goodness. A creature that is neither good nor evil in alignment takes 6d6 radiant damage upon touching the talisman. An evil creature takes 8d6 radiant damage upon touching the talisman. Either sort of creature takes the damage again each time it ends its turn holding the talisman. If you're a good cleric or paladin, you can use the talisman as a holy symbol. You gain +2 to spell attack rolls while you wear it or hold it. The talisman has 7 charges. If you're wearing it or holding it, you can use an action to expend 1 charge from it and choose 1 creature you can see within 120 feet of you. If the target is evil alignment, a flaming fissure opens up underneath it. The target creature must succeed on a DC 20 dexterity saving throw or fall into the fissure and be destroyed, leaving no remains. When you expend the last charge, the talisman disperses into motes of golden light and is destroyed. This talisman has 3 charges.
Does it get charges back on? It's a okay. Well, damn. Wilma?
Yes.
Now that this item is no longer pure evil and should never be again seen in the world of good, can I withdraw it from the library?
As was foretold.
Sounds good to me. Okay, that is interesting. Okay. Yeah, that is pretty good. Okay. Got any more stuff that I could... we can turn everything good. Was anything else foretold?
I've shown you the books of the Babbler. You can find out.
I mean, okay. If Breton's sleeping at the moment, I'll pick up one of the books and have a flip through.
Sure. So you go back to the writings of Babathol, the lunatic that, spoke to a clown in a mirror who would whisper information to him, and it would all come out in like doom-saying scroll.
Can I specifically look for anything to do with the Talisman of Ultimate Evil? Like, is that what he's talking about with it was foretold? Was it foretold? Is this like a book of crazy prophecy?
Give me what would you like to levy as your research check? It will be an advantage. If you can sell me a certain role.
I think right now I'm being quite insightful. I don't know.
About people.
Okay.
I guess and understanding motive. Not something you can't incite from a page very well. Unless you found the piece of information, then I'd say it's an insight check for me to tell you what you think.
Okay.
It would be so. This is more like, are you utilizing your study of history to work through indexing this madness in some way? Are you investigating it through like normal means of investigation, breaking down parcels of information like you would in an investigation? Are you looking for some sort of arcane through thought and trying to see if there's something magical inkling to the writings?
I think magical. Prophecy is inherently magical, so yeah.
Okay.
Try and find any.
So, Arcana would probably have the highest DC out of them, but it is possible. Religion would have the lowest DC, but it's still relatively hard. But remember, you got advantage on all of them. Investigation and history kind of match in the middle ground for difficulty.
Can I go for history if
Sure.
I think
You draw on your knowledge of reading historical tomes and parceling language, and your ability to read every language.
Fuck me.
Jesus.
Yeah, no, that he didn't help me.
Oof.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
You're going to use what? The mode possibility?
Well, I've got that, and I've got a D20 inspiration.
You've got the session one between you, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna use the session one.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, because that's shared between us, isn't it?
Yep.
I'll just use my luck then.
Sure.
Come on. Better. 15.
You find a passage that you think might match. You find you find a section that says, whispering through the bricks of secrets, under the guise of old bones. A shadowkin will purify a great evil.
Pretty baller. Can I read on from there? Like, see what comes next, if anything is in. Does anything look like it's in like a chronological order kind of way?
Nothing feels chronological with this book. You will understand, like, it's like it will say something like this and then move on to like what sounds like a cooking recipe. It is like, this person was clearly plagued by visions and conversations that only they could parcel and put down into subtle information. It's one of those things of insight can be learnt from this book and this selection of books, but it's nowhere near chronological. Like, the reason you found this is because you are specifically trying to parcel something that would match. But I will give you the fact that there are other moments and phrases in some of these chronologies that match things that have happened to you.
Yeah, I was specifically going to ask, like, is there any other mention of Shadowkin? If I've now recognized that Shadowkin might mean me, or even might mean, like, the other Rorskov, is there other mentions of Shadowkin in these passages?
Yes. Not everything matches to you, but there is moments like you find a section where it says figures unknown cowled in shadow and excrement, held in the chambers of an evildoer, branded to do their business. Which, upon thinking about, matches how you met Ruby, how you met Darius, how you met various members that you've traveled with.
This is just a book of deranged prophecy.
Partially. Valymr.
Yes.
You have advantage on this, remember. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Okie dokie. I'm going slightly mad. 28.
You resist the urges of the book, but you do notice something. As you begin to turn some of the pages, they're blank. And then you turn a third or fourth page, and the first line says, "Hello, Valymr."
Shit. Cursed book. Is that the only line on the page?
Yeah, it then goes into more babble.
I will continue flipping through, see if I can find any more blank pages.
Okay. It's about this time I would say that, Breton, you finish your rest.
Breton.
Not in the same
Morning.
room. Is he... Wait, did you sleep in
He
the
slept
first
in-
room or the main room?
Well, the only way he can get out of the cursed room is with the Misty Step in the gauntlet, and he only has one of those.
Yep, so you were posted up on that desk you found. Just...
I'm gonna hand him the Babaforth's book.
Is this the one that Breton took, or did you take another off the shelf?
This is
It's the
another
one you took.
No, this is one that...
'Cause I think he was sleeping on top of the one he took.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
This
Then
will be a
yes, a
different
different
one.
one. Can you do me a favor, just in case I'm going mad? Can you read the first line of this page right here? The Hello Valymr page.
Mm-hmm. Breton, you read the page and it says, like... Potatoes on a long walk home are winding subtly through the happy... It's nonsense.
You're crazy, Valymr.
Okay, because I'm reading this and it says Hello Valymr at the top.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's not what it says.
Can I still read that it says that there?
Yes.
So as if I accidentally flipped to a different page when handing it over.
No, to you it still says that.
Alright. Are we done here? Are we moving on to Kensek?
I think we could definitely do that. Still looking at this book. Can I turn to one of the blank pages, take out my quill, and write "Hello, Baberforth" on it?
Sure. Breton, you just see Valymr adding to the scribbles.
Is it legible scribbles?
Yeah.
You're just writing you're just ruining the book. What are you doing?
This is a magical book. It's not just a book. The book is trying to talk back. That didn't sound any better if you're thinking I'm crazy. That didn't sound any better at all.
Yeah. I would theoretically be inclined to believe you, Valymr, but I've been reading a book just like this almost all night, and I didn't experience anything like that.
You want to trade books?
No, I'm not. I don't really feel like we should trade books.
Does anything happen after I write in the book?
Not currently.
Oh, also, while you were asleep, this talisman of heinous bullshit, it's now talisman of glorious goodness. The talisman of pure good. And yeah, apparently in this book right here, and I'll flip to the page, a shadowkin will come to a place of darkness and purify evil. It's right here in the book. This is a book of prophecy. Also, while I'm reading that page, is that what Breton can read on that page, or is it another recipe for gruel?
Breton, would you like to make any checks towards this book?
I mean, he keeps shoving it in my face. I feel like at a certain point, it's like, all right, I'll believe your crazy babble, demon boy. Let's see what's in this book. Breton is not an impatient person, but you are throwing this at him literally 5 seconds after he has woken up, and he might not be the best morning person.
The talisman's now in the party sheet.
What's in this book, Mage? As Breton starts to read through the pages of this crazy prophecy book, what is Breton seeing?
Give me a history or investigation check.
History investigation. Well, I got history, so we'll use history on this because history is great. 19.
You notice some of the same page folding and the study techniques that Valymr has been used, and you kind of trace back through what he's been reading, and eventually you see, yes, that same line that Valymr wrote. Valymr saw about the Shadowkin purifying evil.
Okay. I guess it serves to reason that this individual might have told This is not the first time we've heard about prophecies coming true, Valymr.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting that it happens. And I don't feel bad about doing it now.
I feel this says so much more about Breton than it does about me. Breton's going to sit here and look through these pages, assuming that they're all recent history, maybe, who knows? But he's not going to look for himself. No, he's going to look for any references to a woman born of fire. He's going to look for more information about Ruby, because that's just Breton's personality. He doesn't see himself as important, he sees other people as important.
Sure. Give me a wisdom saving throw, if you will. Remember, it's at advantage thanks to your because of your current ritual that you did in your intermittent sleep.
It's a 30.
Okay, yep. For a 32.
Christ.
The book
It's
has
not a
no
32.
hold.
I do not have my ring of protection right now. It's just a 30.
Okay, sorry.
But you are within 5 feet of me, so it's
It's a 35.
So it's 2 higher. So it is a 32. I lied.
32. Yeah. I am your ring of protection.
I mean, I've got an aura of protection too. Mine's just not a +5.
Either way, with your ridiculous holdover and willpower, the effects of the book's true nature you don't succumb to them. Secondly,
The DC was higher. Hold on. That means the DC was higher than 28.
It didn't affect me either.
No, it didn't affect Valymr either.
Okay. I thought him seeing shit was giving into the book's craziness.
It was not.
The book makes perfect sense if you fail. It says more about you than the book at that point, though.
But yeah, you start looking for references that you think might match Ruby. After about 20 minutes of searching, you find a phrase that kind of rings true, saying a child of fire forgoing her gifts will burn the place that raised her.
I was there when that happened.
Technically, that happened twice.
True.
All right,
That's the second
Valymr.
time.
There might be some credit to what's in this book. It might be worth looking into it and see if we can't potentially foresee some stuff that's going to happen on down the line.
Yeah, I think it's worth taking with.
Reynard's just staring at it, thinking like, again, this is so much about Breton. He's like, I wonder if I look up Colores, if he can find any prophecies about Colores in this book, to potentially see what may be about to happen to Ruby.
Okay. So you're both up. You're both awake. Slightly out of certain utility roles, but what would you like to do?
I'm going to show the talisman to Breton.
Sure.
Do you recognize any of the symbols that are on here? And it used to have symbols of the shadows, but the scales, wiped those away, and now we have, fire surrounded by wings and a large flaming greatsword with 2 crossed swords behind it, or feline eyes on a glove. I don't recognize any of these symbols.
I mean, does Breton recognize any of the symbols is the question.
Breton, I'm going to ask you for either a religion or an insight check.
Oh, that turned into an 18 at the very end. That was great.
24. These match no known holy symbols.
No, not a fucking clue.
Oh, there is.
That's
Sorry, I missed a symbol.
After the melon. Just random melon on its own at the end.
It's after the melon, there's a dragon's claw, and they do like a full circle.
Yeah, not a clue. Not old, not forgotten. I mean, I've been reading about some pretty old gods here, including the ones that, predated some of the ones that we have. My brain keeps wanting to say Apsu, but Apsu is not the dragon creator god in your world. No, that's Pathfinder's creator god.
Io, isn't it here?
Nope. Remember, new list.
Oh, that's pre.
Okay. Yeah. You've got it in your handouts, the dragon names. Because you found those out recently.
Itar.
Yeah, Itar.
And then the kids are Yanis and Zeora.
Yes, quite.
Indeed.
Indubitably.
Oh, quite, yes.
And the platinum dragon is Yanis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's pretty close. That's real close to the Y name that was doing all the forging for the Thundersmith. So I think that was Yannick.
Yanis. Yeah. We were looking for a Y name. Yeah.
I mean, that could just be complete and total happenstance, but that is an unusually similar name to just pop up, considering they're both having to do with deific occasions.
Remind me what Yannick was all about again?
Yannick was the person who wrote the notes about forging Cosmium.
Right, yes.
He was also the person who put that item in the anvil. Or at least that was the belief.
Right.
Yeah, that was the why. That was the notes. Anyways, that's just another thing to put on the list. Sure. Yeah. No. Not a clue though. None of these deities are familiar to me. If Rubio here, I'd say we could show them to the book and see if Luster could tell them tell us who they are, but that's not here at the moment. You might show it to Delphina or the Archbishop. They might recognize them from some more isolated piece of lore, but it's entirely possible that these are not holy symbols of our time.
Yeah.
Actually, oh, Midge, this is gonna be an awkward way of asking this. He keeps looking at him, and as he looks at him a second time, he doesn't ascribe to any deities, but is there something familiar about them?
Breton, now you might be picking up why I asked for either a religion or an insight.
Or an insight check, yeah. Because I kept coming back to a glove with cat eyes on it. And I'm like, why does that remind me of Zedaar so much? Do these holy symbols represent us?
You motherfucker! You motherfucker!
Like, hey,
And that's why you said spear or long weapon, because if you said glaive, I'd get it immediately.
Yeah,
you
said cat eyes on the glove, and my brain was immediately like, that just makes me think of Zedaar so much. What the fuck? A flaming sword? Well, none of us have a flaming sword, but Darius has seen in his visions him wielding a flaming sword before.
Also, he had the Sunblade for a long time.
Yeah. But there's also a sword with two cross swords in the background, but that's actually similar to Breton now, because he used to use two swords and now he uses the Blade of Equilibrium. Like, there's a lot of parallels there. Yeah, so Breton's just like, nah. No.
You motherfucker.
Just staring at it.
It's us. Fucking us.
You would surmise that it might be.
Yo, we are the new Pantheon. Let's go.
There's a lot to digest there. We're just gonna have to handle that later.
That's a paladin looking at something, presented with the information, and just goes, "Nope, not now."
This is
too
a
much
lot
is
of
happening. Too much is
a lot of new information. I don't know if we are in the mindset right now to just sit down and actually digest everything this is trying to tell us. I'm going to assume that it is representing that we are the ones who are acting against the shadows right now. That makes the most sense to me.
Yeah.
Right, it's far too humble to think anything else. Alright. The longer
a
we
melon? Which one of us is the melon?
Breton wouldn't know. Zedaar would.
How do you not know who the melon is?
Is that Gourd?
Yeah.
I mean, I would. I don't know. I guess I'm more remembering his tree life. It could be like a melon with a tree growing out of it. I would have.
So
his name is literally Gourd.
Yeah, and his backpack was a gourd. It's a giant melon.
Okay, but counterpoint. I didn't know a gourd was a fruit or a big melon thing. I've never seen one before.
I think technically they're cucumbers. I can't remember what they are technically.
Listen, there was a skit the other day that literally just explained how vegetables don't exist, and let's just acknowledge that and move on.
Gourds are like pumpkins, cucumbers, squash, melons.
Uh-huh. Fair enough.
Like we could unravel the secrets of the universe in this room, probably Valymr, but if we keep spending all our time here, we're just going to go mad as well.
Yeah. We'll join Babaforth in... Okay. Well, if there is no objection, I'm gonna put the amulet on.
You do it.
Sure, grab it from the party sheet, attune to it.
Yeah, I think.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna jump outside of this room so I can reattune to my ring of protection.
Sure.
Because I would like to have that while
Breton,
we're
you see
going.
the Archbishop at the metal bars going, what the like, what is...
Actually, if he sees it there, he's just gonna walk to the edge of the bar. It's like, I'm going to assume you don't know how to open these. They don't open; they're just embedded in the wall.
I didn't know this existed.
Right.
Is that a door down there?
It is.
Yeah.
Down the very narrow hallway, which I have had to crawl down.
Yes, sorry, you're hunched over.
Twice now.
Shall I try and find some keys? How did you get in there without keys?
Let's teleport to the other side.
Right. Okay. Yes. No, that makes sense.
I will.
I really don't know how to explain this to you. That down there is a secret. I'm not sure why you weren't informed of it. Perhaps your predecessor didn't know. Perhaps his predecessor or her predecessor did not know. I don't know how long back this has gone. But that down there is a trove of secret knowledge, which is down there to prevent people from just stumbling upon it.
A secret within a secret.
I'll teleport right next to Breton as I follow him out.
Jesus. Hello. Sorry. Not Jesus. It's not a thing in this world.
I didn't read about him down there, but he might be.
The nailed man.
Yeah, essentially, this whole library up here is all about, the lights. Down there is the shadows. There's a reason it's secret. It should stay secret.
Mm-hmm.
Here's your periapt back.
Right, it's just moving the bookshelf back into place.
I was going to ask, please do that before Miss Curtin Swift sees that there's a trove of knowledge that even makes me curious.
I'm wearing the amulet, prominently on my chest now.
Well, I will have to take this knowledge and decide what to do with it.
Well, if you do ever go down there, you will be the 10th person ever. And,
How do you know that?
There's a librarian.
There's a librarian down there who he's friendly. He has a friend now, I guess. Yeah, he has a friend now. I guess we'll be going back down there at some point to retrieve that friend at some point.
Definitely evil, though.
We can change that.
I'm getting a lot of information that I don't know how to parcel. I have just been told that essentially my entire job guarding the most kept secrets of my faith, of everything, is just a mirage for another set of secrets. And I have both some explaining to do, some thoughts to process, and
yes, you do.
Also probably some paperwork to file.
You don't need to do any of that, and if you really should not be putting any of what you just saw on paper. Just straight up not a good idea. The person who went down there before us Tell me, in the year 1100, which Godric was in power? Which Godric was reigning at that time?
It wasn't that Godric, right? Because that was when it was 1150 previous was when it was formed. It was like 300 years prior. That was the Godric that came down here looking to.
Yeah, I'm essentially saying like the most recent person to come down there before us was Godric, and that was 300 years ago.
Either like the 14th, the 15th, or the 16th, or the half one. We're actually not sure.
Sure. Let me grab that information.
Yeah, just points things out to Valymr. Presumably the librarian, he was the one who brought you the talisman, right? Or do you just show? Yeah, and if it's only the evil creatures that can touch that without being harmed by it.
Well, I suppose he might just be immune to necrotic damage.
Theoretically, maybe.
But also, you picked it up with a mage hand.
I did. He didn't.
Did the librarian bring it to him,
didn't.
or did he just show it where he was?
Showed it to him where it was.
Ah, okay. If he didn't touch it, then never mind.
You didn't see
that's why I was
him
mentioning.
touch it. But then again, how did it get on the display case?
But again, he is also a skeleton. He might be impervious to such things.
Sorry, that's the current one.
Again, the relevant information here is like, but point is,
it would have been the son of Godric the Bastard, so Godric the 10th.
Yeah,
he was the last person down there before us. I would say there's been no one since then for a very good reason, and I would strongly urge you to keep any mention of this off the page, any page. It should not be knowledge that is capable of just being read.
At some point it was stopped. I imagine the archbishops may have known. At some point it was information that was stopped being passed down. Maybe they thought it was dangerous. Maybe one just died before they could tell the success of the secrets. It could be anything. But point is, you know of it now, and what to do with that information is technically up to you, but
It comes
the
with
less
strong
people that know about it,
recommendations.
the better.
So I'm going to prescribe myself a chamomile tea and process this. Because that's kind
One
of...
could argue you could just not think about it.
Unfortunately, I am not someone who can not think about that.
Yeah, I can't either. Anyways, we're off to Kensek as soon as I finish attuning to this ring.
No. Good luck. No, you remember that before she was like the archbishop, this particular archbishop, she'd like, because a lot of the archdioceses in the Nine Lands Pantheon, they will have holy symbols of the faith, like the faith that they come from, if that makes sense. Because the archbishopric, whilst majority of the people like who hold an archbishop title like directly believe in like the whole pantheon, some of them have like a patron deity or like a deity that they followed before as a cleric, and it like, because it's again they're kind of administrative roles, like you can get all sort of aspirants of faith. You know, you've in her initial description, her like mantle had elements that matched luster in it, which is, you know, the god of discovery. So parceling knowledge is like she's now like
Remember what happened to Luster's friend when she reached for knowledge and had to be brought back by Luster?
True, but this is both knowledge and discovery. Yes, you're yep.
Put it this way:
I have
I
have a few mnemonics and prayers to go through, and a de-stressing cup of tea to calm me down, because I'm now starting to wonder if the scratching behind the walls was in fact not rats.
How heavy was the bookcase that Breton shoved back into place in front of the store?
Partial brick wall.
I managed to move it.
You managed to find the mechanism to unlock it.
Okay.
It's on like a slider. You've got weight, like it's weighted so that you can move it. But now that it's back in place, it looks like a bookcase made of marble in a marble panel.
Is there any scratches on the floor?
No.
Yeah, Brett is just gonna sit there. He's gonna wait till we're just alone, and everybody's be like, "Yeah, Valymr, if you want to make sure that you can hide the way to open that'd probably be the best idea."
Yeah, can I tuck that golden thread back, where, so it can't be seen?
The reason that you saw it is because you had True Sight, which unveils secret doors.
Oh, very lovely. Okay.
Still, he clearly found the way to open it from this side, so just kind of move another exhibit on top of that, so you don't just see that without moving stuff around.
Give me a sleight of hand check, just to be deceptive with the replacement.
I choose to believe the reason this was forgotten is an archbishop just sorry, I didn't mean to click that. Just forgot where the trigger for the door was, and then it's he spent a year or two just you know what? I just imagined it. It just never passed it. The information just never got passed down because it was forgotten about.
Or
forgot where the door was.
Turnover between a new archbishop that was in charge of this place and the previous one that died at one point and didn't get a chance to do a handover document.
I got 16.
A 16. You feel like you've disguised the button press by moving some books.
Okay.
It's not eternally obvious. But yeah, no, the Archbishop's gone back to her little side chamber, which is her private study that's off of this room. She doesn't often leave these relic halls because, essentially she has an office next to the big golden gate so that she can ring people through, which is where her bed and everything is, and then the rest of it is the various books and library, and then the study area in the center that you've kind of made your home, and now Delphina Curtin Swift is plowing through information from.
All right. Well, I guess just chill out while we reattune to what we want.
Yeah. So you take another hour. So it's probably about, by the time all this has happened, you're looking at probably 11 a.m.
Okay. And I guess after that, off to see Mumsy.
Sure. Okay.
I've not actually met your mother, have I?
No. Did I bring anyone with me when I went to see her the other time? Because if not, then I don't think anyone has.
No, because you went to see her when Breton went on his tour. Yeah.
Yeah. The first time you re-met her, Gourd and Zedaar were with you.
Right. Yeah. That's true.
And then when you came to see her here, Breton was on his tour to inspire the troops, and Ruby was looking into the stuff.
Yeah. Okay. I'll go and
actually, I believe it was sailors this time. It's when you were getting the sailors. Because it was very recently that you went and saw your mother.
True.
I don't remember. I think it's why you were getting the elf divers. Anyway.
Yeah, because I wasn't with you when you went to do that. Could have been. Alright. Yeah, I guess I'll go to the same tent area.
Yeah, you know where her main tent is now. You again, the same guard that was at the front of the tent, is there again this time. So
I can't remember his name.
I don't know his name.
I do. Give me a moment.
It's we have to do this introduction rather than saying "Good to see you." Here to see my mother.
Yeah, fair.
It is perennially important that this guy's name be mentioned.
I swear we had this written down somewhere.
Yeah, I don't remember, but yeah, I suppose it's not. It's a different guard this time. just
okay. It is now a different guard.
That I also know. So his name is
Nimril.
Nimril.
B before.
Dimril.
Nimril and Dimril.
They're twins.
Ah, yes, the classic Tolkien-esque naming structure.
Hello, I'm here to see Mother. Is she awake?
Lord Kensek, yes, one moment, please.
Of course.
He waits for a moment and then returns. Please, follow me.
I'll follow along.
And he, again, points you towards that little, office portion of the tent that's been set up.
Head on through.
You see your mother again. This time she seems to be going through vast amounts of paperwork.
Mother, it's nice to see you again.
Valymr. Oh, you've brought a friend.
This is Breton Montelier. We have been traveling together for some time now.
She stands up and offers a hand for you to shake, Breton.
You will politely shake her hand.
Nice to meet you, sir.
What is all this?
Oh, it's logistics reports. Trying to keep track of shipments coming up from the Underdark. It's a chore at the moment.
Yeah, an army this large is a bit more than we're used to handling.
Yes, well, it's also the other underlords are having to shift off more and more of their responsibilities.
If I could draw you away from that for a time, would you be able to get Breton and I to Kensek by any chance?
I thought you had means of travel, but of course, yes. How fast are we talking?
As soon as possible.
As soon as possible, yeah.
Right. Yes, I can. I have a. She looks you up and down. How close are you trying to get to Kensek? Do you want to be in Kensek or near Kensek?
That is the question.
Because I can either take you to the teleportation circle. We have a shipment going through in about an hour that you can travel with. Or I could put you out near the boathouse, near the lake. Outside of the walls.
I think the boathouse is probably the wisest option there.
Very well.
Do you know who's taking care of... You said you're sending out supplies there. Who's taking care of that at Kensek?
Who's on the receiving
Sister
end?
Darius is who's on the receiving end over there? Because Sister Darius is probably far too menial for her pristine hands.
Yes, I don't think it's... I think it's just a number of the men-at-arms. I don't know that it's anyone in particular. Oversight will obviously be your uncle, but I don't think it's...
So I could send a message to my uncle saying that I'm coming with it. Send us. Maybe we go in an hour. We go to the main teleportation circle, and I will let my uncle know that we're on the way.
Sure.
My uncle hates my aunt, so it's going to be okay on that front. Sibling rivalry runs in the family.
Oh, I wish that wasn't true. I'm sorry that you are being drawn into family affairs, Sir Montelier. It is,
Some might say that I have made a career of being drawn into family affairs.
Traveling with this one, I don't doubt it.
He's not the only one.
Then I offer you my
The
condolences.
Sunderstars, the Reynards, the Kenseks. Breton has made his life at this point dealing with other people's family drama.
It's totally fair.
This whole campaign started with family drama, making a bloody a seal into a daughter.
Ruby wonders, like, why doesn't he want to go home and get his dad? It's like, listen, we have enough family drama. I don't need to drag, like, Papa issues into this either. Like, I have a good relationship with my father. We're on good terms. I think he's safe. Let's just leave it at that. Let's not delve into it anymore.
He is probably in one of the safest places in the Empire by being the majority of the way up a fucking freezing mountain. like, if the dragons are going there, everything else is already gone.
And if that place doesn't work, it's literally above a city under the mountain, which is probably one of the most defensible. So, you know what? It's fine. It's fine.
Have you been in contact with my uncle about me at all, or is he completely unaware that I'm still alive?
I have let your uncle know that I've seen you recently, that you were planning on heading homeward bound for supplies for the war effort, specific supplies. He's already begun looking into it for you. You said that you would require me to do so I did.
Right. In that case, we just need to figure out a way of leaving Kensek after.
I thought you had a mage that would be helping you on that.
He is indisposed.
Yeah.
A pity. Well, there's the rails. You could come out with another shipment as well. We tend to teleport more what's it called? Unique items. Things that we require right away, like missives, messages, mechanical support, like precious materials. The heavier payloads, general troops are coming up. The standard methods.
What is it that's being sent to Kensek?
Payment, quite often.
We're getting paid for this.
Pay chests, etc. Diamonds, diamond dust, a lot of rare earth metals, materials are becoming harder and harder to come by at the moment, and luckily the Underdark is slightly more affluent in that regard. That and also potion materials, mushrooms, myconid matter, and, as we'd said, psionic stuff. Not my area of expertise, but put it this way, there's a lot of logistics back and forth. There's also, letters from home, general things like that.
Would we... I had an idea. I was about to say, could we hide in a crate and then be, teleported in a crate? But I don't think you fit in one.
It'd have to be a pretty damn big crate.
Yeah.
We can't teleport objects of that size.
Right. In that case,
Creatures,
I'm going to take out...
Objects, no.
I'm going to take out a snapstone and I will send a message to my uncle Vaknith, and say,
An object, yeah, for reference, an object needs to be able to fit within a 10-foot cube to be teleported. So you could get a...
he's not that big.
No, you could probably fit him in a wardrobe and send that, but
I say, Uncle, Mother tells me she informed you of my arrival. I'll be coming in the next shipment in approximately 1 hour. Preferably discreetly. Can you facilitate that?
I can. I will be there to meet you directly. I found the name of the individual.
Yay!
It is Guz.
Isguz! Yeah, that's right.
You attached it to your actual family tree list.
So I did.
All right, I guess we have another hour before we want to go. Part of me
Yeah.
wants to joke. You want to go talk to Ulrich before we go? Just have a quick beer with Ulfric? No, just want to see how you're doing, Ulfric. Are you doing well today?
I will also say while I'm here, Mother, just before we go there, would you be able to help Breton out with being able to understand our language? It's not a spell that I have the ability to cast. I don't know if it's something you have. It's on their spell list, but I don't know if it is
I'm
like you
checking what
obviously
she's got.
have to. Yeah.
Yes, but it would look... I suppose I could extend it.
Oh, with sorcery points.
This will last you for 2 hours. I'll cast it before you go. She's gonna put tongues on you.
Okay.
Perfect.
So
It's gonna make things a little easier.
Yeah, you'll be
And
able
hopefully
to,
we won't even be there for 2 hours.
You'll be able to understand any spoken language you hear. Moreover, when you speak, the creature that knows at least one language can hear you. So remember, everything you say, no matter what language it is, people that can hear you will be able to understand you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, we're actually at our midpoint break time. So
Yep.
let's take our 10-minute break and rejoin the buddy cop scenario in a bit. Hey, for your content, whether that be a YouTube video, stream, TikTok, Instagram post, don't worry, we've got you covered. My name's Alex, I've been a content creator for almost a decade now, and I've teamed up with my good friend Harry to produce 10 royalty-free songs for you to use in your content completely for free. We've tried to make a whole range of motifs with this album, covering happy music to sad music, to mystery music to combat music. And if this takes off, you know what? We might even make some more. So give the Elendor Chronicles soundtrack Volume 1 a shot. It's free to stream everywhere, and if you want the high quality downloads, you can come over to our Patreon and download them, or you can contact me directly at tabletop@themidgemansworld.co.uk as a creator, and I'll just give it to you for free. That's it, there's no catch, and just to prove it, we've also given you guys a user license agreement to prove that you have the complete perpetual rights to use this content. So enjoy, and good luck on your next adventure. Oh, good day. I'm Martin Sanderson, and I'm the CEO of Avari Military Solutions. We here at Avari know that it doesn't take much to cause problems out on the frontier. Whether that be from local pirate raids, neighbouring interstellar powers, or even just an unhappy populace with unreasonable demands. Just what is a small to mid-sized regional power to do when faced with these problems? You look to Avari for your solutions. With open-ended contracts, well-trained personnel, state-of-the-art aerospace forces, and competitive rates, we stand ready to help find the right solution to your problem. So if you have a problem, why not call Avari for your solution? Our operators are waiting to take your call, and consultations are free of charge.
Avari Military Solutions, a solution for your problem.
Avari Military Solutions is not licensed to operate within the Kark and Trade Baronies, the Andes Corps, or any Class A combat zones. AMS is a subsidiary of Omni Radiance Holdings, a family company.
When is a story more than a story? When a tale is more than words on paper? When is an ad more than the script it's written on? In the darkest and deepest annals of our own history, worlds of wonder and splendor burst through like a blister made of hope from the brain that's wrestled and riddled with madness. A radiant pustule. Writing, art, that's storytelling. That is the true lust of life. You too can dutifully indulge in art. Like fans of the greats. Shakespeare, King, Tolkien, Seuss, Mercer. You too can indulge through Twitch Prime. Get an extended access to a wealth of knowledge with a simple click, an emotion so small that it could endlessly amount possibilities. Embrace those feelings. Support art. Support the component cast. And we're back. So, the passage of time has moved on. Is there anything you guys do definitely want to do before you go to Kensek, or are you ready to go?
I don't think there's anything in specific. I think we did basically everything. I guess just like chat with my mum, but
Sure.
Nothing specific to talk about.
Breton gets
No.
shown the baby portraits.
Oh yes, very fun.
Breton tries to comprehend just how long ago that was because they're elves and they live a very long time.
Valymr is only in his 20s.
Jesus
Damn.
Christ, no wonder you're such a... Okay.
Valymr is a young elf.
Yeah.
Elves are considered, like, physically mature by 20, but they're not considered emotionally mature until they're 100.
Doesn't that explain a lot?
I was going to say, I didn't want to say that, but if you say it, there you go.
Yeah, I think I made him like 24, if I want to remember rightly. You know, back when we started playing this, that was my age. And now I'm 30... something. I don't fucking know.
That's a mood.
Okay. You step onto a... It's like a platform sheet of metal with a teleportation circle. Clearly like a portable circle. And you're teleported. Breton, you are greeted by complete darkness. The air is musky and earthy. Valymr, you see the inside of the main sort of Valymr, you would know this to be the very, very bottom of like the Mage Tower here in Kensek. It's like an open area that's almost lobby-like. It's... yeah. Breton. Complete darkness for you.
Yeah, there's a moment when they arrive. Now, I remember Valymr has the blindfold on, so technically it's darkness for both of us. He just sees better. And Breton's just like, right, goggles of night. Didn't think about that one before we left. I mean, what are the odds they have any of those here, you think?
Pretty low. Pretty low.
Yeah. The lantern just turns on.
The lantern turns on, and Valymr, your uncle, goes, "Whoa!"
Ah,
As
Uncle
he
Vagnus,
shines-
it's
as he shined
bit-
with he just instantly like
Breton will turn the lantern off. Okay, but I can't see in the dark.
he walks over and whispers to you, Valymr, like right to you. It is good to see you too. Let us go to a more secluded part of the castle very quickly. He turns to his men and tells them to like deal with the crates and takes you off. He also palms the two guards a coin each. And you begin to
I'll take Breton's arm and like guide him.
Breton, he hands you a potion from a cabinet on the wall.
I can't see what's in it, so imagine he's just like, oh, it's a vial. Shakes it next to his ear. That doesn't tell me anything. I don't know anything about potions. I'm going to assume I can't be poisoned right now, so he'll just.
You have
How are you still up? That should have killed you outright.
you have dark vision for the next 8 hours at a
Awesome.
range of
Ocean
60
of Dark
feet.
Vision.
Yep. It tastes vaguely of carrot.
It should.
Actually,
It should.
It's like gone off carrot juice.
Yeah, not. I mean, I wouldn't have it for dinner, but I mean, sure, the effects speak for themselves.
fermented carrot. Got sugar in it after all.
We keep a few of those around for topsiders like you. On bigger occasions, we will grow out certain fungi to give phosphorescence and light up. Because you remember that, Valymr. But I feel that would give away your arrival too much. Upsiders are something that would require the lady of the castle to probably attend.
Well, luckily for us, I'm so good at blending in.
You blend in about as much as a boulder.
Do you have sarcasm down here?
Of course we do.
Good, I wasn't sure.
Sarcasm. Apologies. My common is not as good as the rest of my family's.
Weird, because I have tongues right now. You should you should understand the literal meaning
True.
of everything I say.
That's true. You should. Sorry, my
Actually,
bad.
does tongues like give you the in-depth understanding of sarcasm?
No,
Yo,
that's
actually,
that's the
give me-
question.
Give me Babafoff's book. I'll read it out loud, and you'll understand everything.
Can hear the target understands what it says. Understand it said the spell says understands what it says, so I guess it infers meaning.
I will speak in Undercommon and say, Breton can understand us. Mother helped out with that.
Oh, good. That saves a lot of my thinking. Anyway, I wondered why I was getting him so clearly. It's good to meet you, Breton. Seems you're a friend of the family. So,
Part of the family, at least.
well. Either way, I feel like currently we're allies.
I hope it stays that way. Though, gotten a bit better since the last time we saw each other.
I will say my track record working with families at the moment is fighting with the family, but eventually amicably coming to a settlement. So hopefully the first part is quick and easy, and the second part is easier.
So, Mother told you why we came.
Yes, you're looking for protection
Potions of psychic
against
resistance.
protection against psychic elements, potions of psychic resistance.
Yeah.
You're actually in luck. We dispatched with a pod not too long ago. We sent some hunting parties out, knowing now that information that we've been getting from above, that there's the powers that be are using psychic to damage our allies. We sent out some hunting parties to destroy some more pods. Well, follow up on some leads. They tend to be a medium priority unless they start, causing havoc on the surroundings. So many of the underlords have been finding the coin an excuse to go and deal with some of those outlasters.
I was going to ask, with Valymr's sister assuming basically control of this area, is she married, or any of the minor lords vying for position or her hand trying to make a good impression? Anyone else we need to be worrying about?
That are here right now? No.
She was always unlovable.
he kind of really holds his breath. trying not to really laugh out loud. Unlike above, women still hold the majority of the power here, as per the old ways. It would be... Yes, there might be suitors, but Valymr's mother has only recently lost control, so, and with the wars on, and now this continuation, it's not been a priority. We're quite a young dynasty, as things go as well. Our mother passed, well, not 60 years ago, so Valymr's mother hadn't been in charge too long and had only really recently been securing the line. Hence our young friend here.
And make up for it with experience.
I don't doubt it now. You're looking much stronger than you were in training.
Guess I'd be able to take you down.
I don't doubt it.
Got some new tricks up my sleeve as well. Maybe even strong enough to take her down.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that and we can sort this out.
Amicably?
Nothing's ever amicably under here.
Yeah, I'm starting to think not bringing Ruby may have been a good idea. She would have burned this place to the ground.
Let's put it this way. Let's deal with this with as few hedges trimmed in the garden. Well, hopefully it won't come to that. So, as I was saying, we've been dealing with a couple of pods, which has meant we've been able to brew quite a bit more than we normally would. Therefore, our stocks are relatively high. It would not be too difficult for us to siphon some off to you. How much do you need, personally? It's all well and good that we can put orders in for the army itself, but from what your mother was saying, Valymr, is you are going to be at the spearhead, and therefore require more assistance than most.
Yeah, we're probably going to be the ones taking down the dragon at the source of it all. So some potent defenses would be. I don't know if it needs to necessarily last a huge amount of time, but it needs to be strong and work while it's lasting.
The numbers include, obviously, assuming that the core party will be evolved. Myself, Valymr, Anrayne, Zep. Presumably he will join us when this is all said and done. If Gourd and Zedaar can be found to participate, them as well. Darius. That themselves, that is, what, 6 people? 7 people? And that's assuming all of us are involved in the fighting of Zathacris. I would say the over on that 5 is probably the safe minimum. 8 would probably be the safe maximum.
So,
essentially, we'll take all we can get.
Well, depending on how ruthlessly you want to go through our current supplies, brewed and ready, we have 20. But getting rid of all of them will, some real finagling will have to happen if we want to avoid my sister seeing or hearing about it. The High Matron would care about all of that going missing, but depending on how far you want to push it, we could theoretically go that far. I would just perhaps take leave and join the war effort for a while and get out of here if we... or if you get caught, I had nothing to do with it. Perhaps. At this time, you've, Valymr, you would know this, but Breton, you've been walking sort of like in castle gardens for a little while. Eventually, before you've come to like what seems to be like a training area, and then into like a barracks house. And eventually you are taken up to
I think Brett's just trying to get used to seeing the world in black and white.
Vacnus. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Taken up to Vacnus office.
I think maybe if we take 8, I don't know, is there... we leave some smashed glass on the floor, make it look like some of them just, accidents happen?
If they can count that, we'll hold up to inspection. I think 5 is more than enough. 5 is a 4th. That can be potentially explained away, but won't get anyone in trouble, and should be more than enough to provide it to those who are going to need it. We may have to pick and choose if it comes to it, but I think 5 is a very reasonable number.
It's that, or there is another option. If we can replace the materials to make the potions, I could trade the shipment for more materials. That's not unheard of, especially right now. We're trading a lot of materials as is. And if we can make it look like a competent trade deal from above, I would also pass.
Valymr would probably know this. What materials would it be that would be looking to trade in?
You wouldn't know specifics, because you don't know the recipe for these potions.
He would have gone on, if it's under dark materials, though, he would probably have gone on...
You would be able to, if you were told the recipe, you would be able to know, but it's,
Okay.
Again, you don't know the recipe, therefore you wouldn't. Finding the mushrooms and the more natural materials is the easy part. The difficulty would be dealing with an illithid pod.
The second you said materials, I kept looking over at my intelligence saves, Mitch, like, those aren't my strongest saves. Those are not my strongest saves! It's like, I knew where this is going from the very beginning. Curse my knowledge. Yeah.
I'll just point out, they're my weakest saves.
Mine too!
Paladins, bro.
It is the ongoing issue we've had in this game that none of us are smart people. Like, we're not dumb people, but none of us are, like, super intelligent people.
No. You're just people when it comes to intelligence.
Yeah, we're just
11.
above average. Yeah, slightly above average.
If 10 is average intelligence.
And technically speaking, we are paladins, so our intelligence saves aren't terrible. It's just they're not the ridiculous numbers that the rest of our saves are.
I have a +6.
Still +6, still a good roll.
Yeah.
You also have rituals that might help.
Ironically, we need the potions of psychic resistance to be used to hunt down the creatures that give us the psychic resistance. It's a catch-22! No, it's fine. It'll be dangerous, but something that we could theoretically look into. We could work on that. But do you have a location already in mind that we would operate into?
Yes, I do. He goes to...
Not too far from...
Goes over to his map. There's one that's not too far away. About a day's journey. We could provide you with mounts. Get you there just under. The Gake there are a recurring pod problem. The one that we've never been able to fully root out. It is... They're normally quite quiet. In terms of they don't seem to raid the area as much as some of the smaller colonies, but this one tends to grow back fast. It's quite useful for us in some regards, but
I also assume you don't want us to wipe it out. You just want us to procure the materials.
I wouldn't... If you can avoid it, yes. But at the same time, if you can't, what's one less Gake in the world?
What are the materials we'd be looking to acquire from this pod?
You need cerebral fluid and brain matter.
Oh, yeah, naturally.
Mm-hmm.
Did we just bring you their heads, and could you procure that yourselves, or should we procure it in the field?
The brains have a tendency to not do too well in severed heads. You'll find that they have various methods of preserving the brain readily available. It makes transportation easy.
Could we extract the fluid there and store it in vials to bring us
That would
vials?
also work, yes. Though we
Could we
will need
take-
brain matter as well.
Okay. Yeah, I think we could do this. Would Valymr have gone on an illithid hunt before?
It would have been one of the things you were due to do before you left.
Okay.
You wouldn't have been considered old enough. No, scratch that. You would have been in one, but you wouldn't have been in combat. You would have gone with the party, but stayed with the camp.
Right. When others, like on the one raid that I had accompanied, how many drow would have gone in to fight the pod to acquire the materials?
It depends if they were harvesting or wiping.
Okay.
Harvesting, a smaller group tend to have gone in, stealthily extracted a few individuals from the pods and left. If it was destruction, 20, 30 individuals would have gone.
Okay.
A full retinue, basically.
If we can slip in, acquire what we need, and get out again, it'd be a worry.
Slipping in and out, you are far better at that than I am. I am definitely not made to sneak into or out of anywhere.
True, but I could always make you invisible.
I don't know if being invisible would help. This is something that somebody else, Breton would know, but somebody else might interject. Illithid do have the ability to detect thoughts.
Yes.
So even if I was invisible, they could very much just be like, "There's something here. We can literally sense its brain." Which I was going to ask, Midge. Breton has a spell called Non-Detection.
Mm-hmm.
It is a spell, and I'll drop it in the chat for you. That protects the creature from the target can't be perceived by any divination magic or perceived through magical scrying sensors. Now, technically speaking, that does not protect against creatures just being aware of a brain being present, but I'm asking for your ruling on that.
I would say that you could still be detected through a perception check, but it wouldn't be passive perception. It would protect you from passive perception. The main reason being is it doesn't block telepathic communication. So brain waves would still be kind of there.
Yeah, no, we would need some more powerful magic than I or you have access to, or even Ruby for that matter. Or we would need an item that can protect a creature's brain from being read.
We do have that capability.
Is that something that we can take on loan?
If you return it, I could get you some rings of mind shielding. We use these specifically for when we hunt the pods.
Ironically, those would be just as useful as the potions would, but we also understand that those are far harder to get your hands on.
Yes. We only have 10 to the Kensek name. And we only attune to them when necessary.
Then go a long way.
I can get you these for this mission. It would not be unusual for the... Put it this way. We have 5 that we keep for the family. And we have 5 that we put on loan to our retainers as they go on hunts. There is a pod hunt out right now. And with what's going on, I can just make something up. Cover for a time.
Okay. Well, I think in that case we're pretty good.
I was wrong. Random messages do not provide you resistance to psychic damage. So
Mind shielding
would not
doesn't,
serve.
no.
Yeah, would not serve our purpose for the purpose of
Protection.
fighting Zapagris, but absolutely do work for avoiding getting picked out by these guys. So that works out even better. Yeah. Do you have something you could drop to take one? Because they do require us to attune to them.
Yes, I can. I mean, it's worth unattuning to something to, survive. So.
Yeah. At which point Breton looks. He has his ring of protection +2, and because the soul chain is now in the possession of Wolmark, he has his long sword of warning again, and he's just looking at him like, which of these is going to be less useful here? Because we're going to get in a fight, but I don't want to be surprised by these things either. So I think he mentally is like, fuck, I wish we'd have chosen a tune today.
You could wait
Yeah.
time. You'd have to hide here.
It's going to take us a day to get there too, anyways, right?
It's going to take about a day.
So if we,
Valymr, you vaguely know where this particular pod your uncle's talking
Yeah.
about is. It's right on the edge of direct Kensek territory, and you would have ridden near it like as a boy and told to stay far away because mind players.
We could probably.
I've dropped 2 rings of mind shielding now into your party sheet.
We could definitely take a moment to rest and attune and change, what we get from the chalice.
You'd need another. You did that
So saying if
4
it's about
hours
a day,
ago. So
Yeah, no, as in we travel there and then rest there.
Mm.
He said it's about a day's ride to get there. About a day's ride, then rest, then go.
Yeah, you've got about 20 hours before you can change that. Change your ritual.
Yeah, and it's
Okay.
about that to get there, or no?
No. Day's ride wouldn't. You don't ride for 20 hours.
8
on a
hours.
day's ride. It's
Right,
about 8
okay.
hours.
well, we
8,
could
9
take
hours.
we can take an hour now, attune to the rings now, so we will be safe when we get there.
Yeah,
And then just do a cursory scout, get an idea of what we're dealing with, take one night, and then the next morning perform the proper ritual, bring in everything we need, and try and do this properly.
yeah.
Do you require
The brief moment we're like, yeah, and if Ruby just needs to teleport to us, she can just teleport to the bell that Ruby has.
Teleport is to a place.
Ruby has a bell that specifically allies can teleport to as a location.
Mm-hmm.
It's the belt the Iron Duke gave her. It's like a belt of like
Mm-hmm.
transpositional summoning or something like that. And it's just the idea of realization is like if Ruby was the one here, we could sort of circumvent that issue, but we gave it to the person who knows how to teleport.
Hmm.
Breton shakes his head and thinks about it. It's like, it's fine. We'll make do. Breton's also
Do
looking
you-
through his list of potions, just as what any emergency stuff might come in handy here.
Do you want to message Ruby anyway? Just say where we are?
If we tell her where we are and what we're about to do, that might be something that actually incentivizes her to stop what she's doing.
Yeah.
I don't know how much Ruby knows about these creatures. I don't know how much Breton knows about them, so by extension, I wouldn't know how much Ruby would know about them.
Illithids, the only thing that you would know, Breton, is that one of the shadows god was the god of the Illithids. And that they were plunged deep into the darkness, and they all used to work on like this one massive hive mind, and now they're all fractured and like driven into like the deep recesses of the earth.
Then if
Falkesh.
Breton doesn't understand the danger of these things or how scary they are, then I don't think he would alert Ruby to it because he wouldn't think there's a reason to. He wouldn't think that telling her would mean anything to her because he's just like, yeah, we're going into a nest to kill some monsters. Like, it's literally what we do every single day.
I'm gonna make an insight check from Valketh. Oh, sorry, Vecnith. Sir Breton, how much do you know about the Illithid?
They used to have Empire, used to worship one of the shadows before I think it was banished.
But you haven't seen them before. Haven't fought one.
They have like claws on their face, right?
Okay. Take this here primer book.
It'll take you 20 hours to read.
We have the time, apparently.
When I went on
There is a common
the
translation on the
hunt-
left, on the right-hand side, next to the undercommon translation.
Good, because this magic was not allowing me to read this book.
No, it is a primer we give most visitors.
When I went out on the hunt before, did everyone come back?
Not always, no.
These things aren't... They're no joke. They're not...
If it was
I
going
think
to
we'll
be
be fine,
easy, I
but-
wouldn't think they need to send us.
Yeah.
He
But
also
we have not managed to domesticate them.
There's not domesticating them. They are how you say. Sorry, I don't need to do an accent for him here because you can tongue him now. They are. And one of the worst aberrations. They're an infection. If they weren't so useful at helping us beat certain entities, I would say that they are one of the only things that does not deserve to ever exist on this plane. They are a creature that infects the mind in a way that no magic seems to be able to stop. Not truly. They become you. And then you are consumed, leaving only another tendril of their being in your place.
Now you tell me that, then that makes me not want to leave anything of this place intact.
Again, like I said, I don't mind if it gets completely destroyed. If it has to come to that. We've tried with this one before, by the way. This particular pod. It's just stubborn.
There's got to be a reason for that. Depending on how well this goes, we may find out. I've got my notes in the margins to read, and we've got a trip to make as well. Rings and pockets, we'll spend some time getting used to those. And when we get there. Just keep looking back at the Platinum Chalice, like, is attune the right call, or is it better to give up an item of attunement and then go in with like Air Strength or Motherwild Splendor, or Motherwild Splendor? Sorry, not.
Yeah. There's the Motherwild Splendor getting the
The 3d12s could be huge.
Yeah.
It also is a way for us to get out of there in a hurry. Because you can, assuming that there are any like large mushrooms or fungi we could use to just like transport via plants and just get the fuck out of there real quick.
Yeah. Also, like you said, we just walk through the garden. Is there any transport via plants-sized plants?
Oh, you know that there's a type of mushroom wood that is pretty common that you would that would class as trees.
Yeah, just picking like a large enough plant that we know, like just mentally tracking that. Like if we need to get out of here, we take Motherwild Splendor. That's our exit. Like we just think of that tree when we're trying to get out.
Yeah, you don't have to stay in the Underdark. Remember with that.
Oh, yeah, but we want to give the rings back.
Should
But
return
also,
the
there's
rings
two
to
of us. One of us consumes the boon to get us here, do that trade, get the potions. The other one gets us back to wherever we need to go.
I'm glad we both came to the realization that actually might be a good call, because that is a smart. That feels like a smart choice to go with. It will mean giving up one attuned item, but I think we might be able to. We might be able to pull that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely worth it.
I'm going to, looking at the spells that I prepared for today, I'm going to make the decision here, because I did remove. Hold on, I did remove. Nope. I don't have warding bond prepared because there's no point in having a warding bond prepared. Or that. I'm gonna say. I'm going to Actually, no, because we established that I can just summon a Solvaril. I'm going to say that Breton's also going to summon Solvaril here.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yeah. I'll also be taking out
having our mounts. First of all, there are mounts. If we're going to travel a day, we should be traveling with our mounts, just because it's easier. And to, we're not going to be. I'm just looking through all my stuff to see if there's anything else that might be useful.
We might also be able to. What's called? If we're transporting via plants, and the plant ain't big enough for the mount to go through, we can just dispel the mounts rather than leaving 2 of the Kensek mounts that are just like, fully sentient, trained beasts, just there to be eaten.
Yeah, we can. That's the saying. Like, we can. Reasonable reason to that. Like, we're not going in there today, so using up that spell slot's not going to hurt us in the long run.
Yeah.
Right. I am. Oh, I'm going to hate this. I am once again going to drop my attunement to my Ring of Protection for this Ring of Mind Shielding. I'm going to keep the advantage on initiative checks, and the fact that we can. I'm going to ensure that we cannot be surprised. I think that's a big deal.
I feel that's a really wise idea.
I don't like giving
the animated shield.
I don't like giving up 2 for my saving throws, but we have 3d12s. That might make the difference up.
So, your uncle Valymr sneaks you out of the sally door of the keep.
Yeah.
Which heads down towards the boathouse and the lake, through a copse of the mushroom-like tree-like mushrooms. Sorry. Yeah, Breton, this place is. Oh, and before you go, he also give
another potion of dark vision.
Another 2 potions of dark vision.
I do appreciate that, because that means that way we get there and the potion runs out and it's like, oh, that's a problem.
The Underdark isn't like while we're in the castle. Yeah, with no lights on, no light sources.
There's lots of bioluminescent fauna.
Bioluminescence all over the place.
Which is what I was about to explain. As you break the copse of trees, it's a lot lighter down here than you were expecting. There's color. It's not complete dark vision for you now. There's glowing fungi and mushrooms and like spore-like dust in the sky that somewhat sparkles like stars.
Is that going to be a problem if we breathe that, Valymr?
Depends on which mushroom.
You're immune to poison right now.
Yeah, but we're not going to be tomorrow.
Well,
Breton actually takes a moment to. He's going to make sure he prepares protection from poison for tomorrow, just because we're going to be in a lesser state tomorrow.
I love this like min-maxing of your utilities and your spells and your.
I am a paladin. I do not get that many spells that I know. Some of them are more dubious than others, but I've got stuff to protect me from stuff like this. I'm gonna take it.
Oh hell yeah, no.
The most dangerous ones are. They're not. We call the most dangerous ones that are close to the keep. Mm-hmm. So unless Auntie and Sister Dearest have been lacking and laxing, then we should be okay.
Oh, that's my. Oh, I don't need to prepare that. That's my domain spell. Yay! I don't know why I unprepared one of my domain spells. I don't have to do that. They're domain spells. I always have domain spells. That one actually might really come in handy while we're going through this. I've never seen this spell used before.
But yeah, you begin to progress through the Underdark. Okay, so you're traveling. You're gonna have advantage on this travel check because Valymr kind of knows the way. But I am still gonna require a D10 D10 roll and a survival check from someone.
I don't think either of us have survival, and I think it makes sense for Valymr to roll it because he knows this place way better than I do.
Do I have advantage on the D10 as well?
No.
Or no? Okay, you roll a D10. I'll do the advantage survival. Oh fuck.
1.
17.
Okay. Breton, your high perception lets you see. The higher you look up in the Underdark, it's like the caverns kind of go into like a hazy cloud of like spores, etc., to kind of almost match a cloudy sky. But you can't help but notice like a skittering on the surface of this domain. Probably like a mile up, so not in any danger, but there is just like a maneuvering up there of arthropodic bodies.
Imagine Breton is just looking straight up. Because imagine portions of it are light and some of it is just in darkness. But there's just that feeling of something moving in the dark. I think Breton mentally says to himself, you know what? I'm just going to choose to be thankful that I can't see whatever that is.
That's fair enough. You also see off in the distance at one point as you're maneuvering through the... Again, Kensek is kind of somewhat cultivated land. So there's like mushroom farms and things. But cultivated in the Underdark isn't like full-bore agriculture on the surface world. It's impossible here with the rocky crags, very natural and unnatural growing pathways. But you do go across a spider farmer at one point.
What race was he? Drow or...
There's a drow.
I thought you were going to ask what spiders he's cultivating. What type of spiders he growing? Like, are these steeders? Are these mounts? Or are these like just, fighting
these
spiders?
Would be these would be mounts. Oh, this would be like spider cattle / mounts.
For the silk.
No. These are used as like pack animals.
Yeah. Here. If these are the ones that I'm thinking of, I'll post here. They look kind of like this Valymr.
Ah, cool. Okay.
Yeah, it's those. It's kind of like those.
Yeah.
It's a shame neither of us have the ability to cast the what's it called? Make you look different.
Except
Try
in...
self.
Yeah.
They're kind of like that in size. Like, just so you know as well. Like, they are considered a large creature. However, these ones look more like jumping spiders. Like that kind of furry, bright color, kind of happy looking spider.
Okay.
Imagine Brent's looking at it and just thinking to himself, like, wonder why Valymr doesn't choose that as his to rather than... Maybe I do understand. Because this seems like a giant three-legged horse, right? Or not three-legged, a six-legged head, three-paired horse.
His is a lizard thing.
Yeah. It fits in more up there. Like, it's out of place, but it's not going to cause mass panic in a crowded, street.
Sure thing, Obi-Wan.
If I ride him down a street, you know?
It'd also be slower.
Yeah.
Sure.
Slightly. Anyway, you actually... It takes you about 9 hours of traveling through the Underdark. But you are not really harassed. The roads are pretty clear. Pretty well patrolled as well. At the moment, it seems. But eventually you get to the edge of the cavern, which you know this pod has infested. You're not in any danger, but you know it's like, okay, this is the point where going forward, that's when you can start expecting them.
Maybe we set up camp here, take a breather, take a rest, and then tomorrow, that's when we go down. But if we go any further, there's more danger of the illithid patrols.
I don't feel right using up a potion just to sit around in camp, so a light source would also be a good idea. I imagine Breton's got his hooded lantern on just to 5 feet of dimness so they can see exactly what's ahead of him, and he's just basically following Valymr here.
The hooded lantern, is that like a magical flame, or can we put a mushroom in it so it's not a different type of light?
No, it is a mundane lantern.
Okay.
So it's oil based, right?
Yeah.
We could just, I think we don't want any of the light to stand out from a distance. Maybe using some of the mushrooms here, we can, like, if I pick this mushroom and this mushroom and mix it up together in the mortar, and then look, it glows when it's together. I don't know, or just some mushrooms that just glow anyway.
I think maybe we should just find a cave or something that we can go inside of, so we can set a fire, so I can see at least anything coming into the cave.
Yeah, that works too.
You would know that fire tends to be a very good protective measure in the Underdark anyway, Valymr.
Okay.
You will always have a campfire. It's not really for heat down here. It's more the fact that scary things keep away from fire.
Yeah, okay.
Give me a quick either survival or nature check, please, as you try to find a cave.
Next character I play is just going to be a ranger. Screw this.
I got a 15.
Okay. Valymr, you managed to find a it's not like a full cavern entrance, but a little nook that a recess in some of the cave wall that after clearing a bit of the brush you think you could settle in for the night.
I'll point it out then, and we'll settle there.
I'm going to use up... I'll just use up 4 first levels, why the hell not, to cast Alarm, and just basically create an 80-foot square around us that if anything enters into that area that I don't know about or don't feel comfortable about, it's going to wake us up.
Okay.
Not a bad idea. I'm just scrolling down my spells I don't have anything that will help us at all in this right now.
I also still have the longsword of warning, but I like to have a slightly... I like to double down on my protections just in case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Before you set off, did you tell Ruby that you'd left? Just for my own DM notes.
Before we set off, no, now that Breton is sitting here studying up on these creatures and what they're going to do, I imagine at this point he's probably going to pin out a very short 25-word response like, Ruby, in Underdark, hunting mind flayers, creatures for potions that stun and consume minds. And I don't think he says anything else. I think it's just very, very abrupt like that.
Okay. I need to mark down a time.
This is the end of the day after Ruby left.
Mm-hmm.
And that's also one more snapstone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, alright, I'm active.
So can you say that message to me again?
Ruby, in Underdark, hunting mind flayers for Kenseks for potion materials. Creatures stun and consume brains. And that is the end of the message. It's like, he's informing her of how dangerous these creatures are, assuming she doesn't know what these things are either. But that is kind of it.
Okay. Sure. Just marked it in the Ruby chat for whenever we do the catch up there.
Yeah.
Okay. So, do you both settle down to rest, taking watches?
Yeah, definitely watches are a good idea. And I'll also be reading some more of Baberforth.
Baberforth?
I would say reading Baberforth requires study, which can't be done at the same time as watch.
If it took us 9 hours to get here, and we're going to be here for like 12, there's a period of time where it's not like we can both be awake, and that would be fine, right?
We left at the Kensek Keep at around 12, so it's like 9 in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
You only have to sleep 4 hours.
Yeah.
Your eyes are the size of the moon. Okay, nobody gets that reference.
I don't know how you can see my eyes.
Right over my head. No, I didn't get that one.
You said 9 in the afternoon, which is a song by Panic at the Disco, and the next lyric is your eyes are the size of the moon, because 9 in the afternoon is not a time. It's 9 at night, or 9 in the evening.
Sure.
I did think 9 in the afternoon was a bit of a strange phrase, but yeah.
9 in the afternoon is a terminology for being high, I think. So,
I mean, either way,
a lot of mushrooms around here. I'm not gonna lie. We can make that happen.
You can make a semantic argument that 9 p.m. is evening or night at that point, but technically speaking, like breakfast, it is afternoon. Therefore, it is an accurate time.
Yep, fair enough. Semantic argument received, put under advisory.
Filed with the rest of them, thrown in the trash where they belong.
Filed
either way,
into
9
the shredder.
p.m.
Yeah, 9 p.m.
Yeah, 9 p.m. No, Breton will take a watch. He'll get some sleep. Solvaril will also take a watch, presumably with the other mount, because they're both here. Valymr only needs 4 hours, so he can get 2 of the watches. So that we cover all the watches we need for this, and the longsword's still here. The alarms are here for 8 hours, so I'm pretty comfortable with this all being okay.
So if you wanted to, so Breton's taking the first 2, Valymr taking the next 2 watches.
Breton's taking the first one, and then Solvaril's taking the second one because Breton can't stay up all night.
Yeah.
Especially not after he's been doing it for the past 3 nights.
Wait, our fine steeds can take watches?
Sure.
Yeah,
based? Okay, I mean, Sturka, you could also do that.
Yeah, they're not like as smart as us, but they have an intelligence of 6. They can comprehend their job is to keep watch, and presumably they might be pretty good at that. At least Silverill's got pretty good eyesight.
I would assume Sturger would, because he is
Yeah, he has dark vision.
he is from this. I mean,
Yeah,
quite
he's
literally,
from-
when I conjured him, I was like, a creature that is from this quite literal location that we are exactly in.
Yeah.
Griffins do not have dark vision, or they do actually. I apologize. Griffins do have dark vision.
Yeah, they do.
They also have keen. They have keen eyes. Is
Yes,
the
they do.
the bigger deal. They are very. They're eagles. They're very perceptive.
Caca. Yes.
Eagle.
Squeak.
So sure. Well, we'll keep watches, and I'll even roll for our first persuasion.
Yeah, so just give me a perception check. Give me a perception check from each of you, and that means you two and your members.
I will need
my
to
dice
look up.
popped. There it is. It's a 13.
12. What is the perception of Big Lizard?
Griffins at +5 with advantage. So. Boop. Griffin got to 24. Good boy. And I look up.
They have a
Flat 0.
Flat 0.
Alright, well, I'll roll a survival check because that's a flat 0 for me.
Also, I have
Heaven.
never seen that before. Their dark vision range is 30 feet. I have never seen a dark vision range that wasn't like magically or itemly induced that was lower than 60. That's weird. That's really weird. Anyways. So, it's fine. Silverill's got it, and we do have a lot of magical detection out there just in case.
And Valymr, will you give me a history or investigation check?
Can do. A natural 20.
Sure. And can you give me a wisdom saving throw?
Now this is where I fucked up.
Fine. You still have advantage because we haven't changed the blessing off yet.
That was almost a natural 20 as well, but there is a 25.
You have advantage. Roll again.
Oh, okay, let's go.
Yeah, we haven't switched over the blessing yet.
True. 25.
Okay. Valymr, you feel yourself sinking slightly into the pages of the book as you read, but you manage to shake it off. Almost like you only just passed a saving throw.
Okay. Alright, okay, that's a DC and a half.
However, as you read, with a natural 20, it's nice to meet you, Valymr. You see the text on the page begin to move in front of you.
Can I think while I'm reading?
I've been writing about you for a long time.
Am I speaking to Baberforth?
Nothing happens from thinking.
Can I specifically... Did anything happen from writing in the book before?
You would assume so. That this might be a response to that.
I will find one of the empty pages again and say... Does this book contain your consciousness, or an echo of it? And then I will flip back and continue reading.
Okay. The page, as you turn the page, the jumble of phrases and letters begins to rearrange. It is more than my conscience. You write on the vellum of my soul.
Shit, do you want me to stop? Does it hurt? How did your soul become entrapped in the pages?
I stared into the mirror and the mirror laughed back. It whispered secrets, only for I to know and everyone to dismiss. It fooled me here, lured me, with the promise of the pages.
All right. Can I help you get out?
It replies that it doesn't know.
Would you like me to try?
Please. Laugh with me.
All right. And precious little to laugh about these days. End of the world and all that. Maybe after that is all over and done with, I suppose you have any tips on, averting an apocalypse? Plenty of time for laughs after.
Roll a history check.
Okie dokie. A natural 20. We are very historical today.
The pages, the book almost forces itself closed and then reopens. And on the blank pages, a map begins to get drawn. I need another wisdom saving throw, please.
Okie dokie. So I think I wanna use the session inspiration. I think it might be the time for that.
Sure.
Remember, until the end of this ritual,
Wait.
you have advantage on these.
Oh, I have advantage. Okay, never mind then. I think I want to use the session inspiration. Alright, one more try. Oh shit. 24?
Sure. You see a map. And that is all you see. Breton, when you get ready to finish your watch. You know, Valmyr's been resting up and you're about to do a full length of sleep. And you try to get Valmyr's attention to take a watch. He is just head down in that book.
Are you still in there, Valymr? Or does the book take over yet?
He's like mumbling under his breath. Babbling, if you will.
What happens if I just like reach around him and just snap the book closed?
Make a athletics check or a strength.
Sure. Contested strength. Okay. Sure.
Go.
I got a 24.
Athletics.
I'm about to finish my rest. I'm going to use my luck point from the Luxon, the shard, and I'm going to use that with advantage just in case. I want to roll good at this. 30.
After a big amount of heft, you manage to close the book. Like something otherworldly was prying that open. Valymr, you come to. You shake your head and you look at Brent. You also gain a point of exhaustion.
Oh yay.
And you just hear, like, in the middle of telling you off, it's like, supposed to be in the middle of a watch, reading a book, losing his gut. Valymr, come on, man. You know better than I do how dangerous this place is. And you'll just... At that point, Valymr just looks up like, I'm sorry, were you saying something?
So the book was, real page-turner. Yeah. Do I remember the map?
What map?
I'm taking this, and Breton is going to take that book and put it in his satchel.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do I remember?
You remember what you last asked it.
Okay. Can I help you escape? I think was like, can I help you free you from the book?
Yeah, do you want me to try and help, yeah?
No. The last thing you asked it was... do you know any prophecies about the world?
Right. Damn it, he didn't have any answers.
You were just sitting there babbling to yourself.
Sorry, I must have. That was miles. You know when you're in a good book, right?
A good book that required the force of slamming a stone door closed. There's something off about this book, Valymr.
Thick spine. Oh yeah, I know. There's Babaforth's soul is imprinted on the pages. He's literally in there.
Right.
He was tricked onto the pages by the clown in the mirror, or the jester in the mirror. Which I can only assume is one of the shadows.
We know it is.
Yeah.
So, reminder now.
Ekinar.
Valymr, you have disadvantage on all ability checks. So can you re-roll your perception for your watch period?
Do you want me to do re-roll at disadvantage,
No, so
or
roll
just
me
give you
again,
one?
Just roll one again, and I'll take the lowest.
I didn't roll very well anyway.
You
Rolled even
worse.
lower now, though. Fucking yay.
Still better than your mount.
True. Not true. The mount got a... Nope, true, yeah. Yeah, so...
If... Hold on, we gotta work this out to make sense of it. So, was I asleep and had not taken a watch yet, or was Valymr on watch? Because if he was already awake, presumably he would be going to sleep after he did this.
Yeah. I've not done a rest yet.
Because that would mean that his watch is already done. He was taking his watch while he was reading the book.
No, because he couldn't do the watch and read the book, but he only needs half the time of rest.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
This was just like a free bit of time while I guess the Silveril was taking a watch, maybe.
So I was thinking it's Breton. Essentially, your watch would be while he's taking relaxed time. Then you'd go to sleep, and then it would be him and Valymr would then go, and then the lizard or Silveril.
Sure.
So I will have taken...
But you can, if you want to rearrange how that is.
I'm saying
No.
because that means that Valymr will have a rest before tomorrow.
Yeah, I will say that whenever we've done watches before, I've specifically said that I go in the middle because I don't need the full 8.
Yeah, so I would say that there is a chance that Valymr could sleep off the point of exhaustion.
Okay.
Sure.
Providing he eats and has a drink when he wakes up.
Gosh, I'm thirsty. Yeah, okay. I guess, yeah, there's definitely something up with that book. The book said that it wanted me to laugh with it, but I guess I replied that there's not much in the way of laughter going around these days, and I asked it to... I said about, apocalypse and all that happening, and if it knew of any way to, avert that, and if so, afterwards, then there might be some more space for laughs.
The book wanted you to laugh with it. The book that was supposedly brought about because Babaforth was told all of these things by the mocking laugh. Kachanar. Or is it Kakanar?
And the god of trickery, anarchy, and lies.
Well, I think you need to accept the distinct possibility that it may not be Babaforth that's in that book.
Kakanar.
Do you need to attune to the scales to test the alignment of an object, or just to change the alignment?
I think you need attunement to use the item.
You need attunement to use the item.
Okay.
Which is all well and good, because the book is now in Breton's satchel, and good luck wrestling that from him.
Hey, I don't feel I'm not drawn to this book. I'm not like cursed by it.
It's not telling you, hey, open me, read me.
Read me, read. No, that's fine. So when I was reading it, there were multiple mentions of me, and while reading it, it responded to me. And when I wrote in the blank pages, the words rearranged in reply. So there is a consciousness in those books. But it's not just a consciousness, it said it was its soul is in the books. I think this is a victim of Kakanar.
He's also the god of trickery and deceit. And if Babaforth managed to get one up on him, and he was sealed away inside this book, or perhaps a portion of him was sealed away inside this book. I too imagine that would want to be let out.
That's fair point.
You want to use the scales to take a good look at it and try and make sense of it. Why don't we save that for after the apocalypse is no longer a concern? Let's not, invite another god to make their play in the middle of all this. But yet, let's not invite another shadow to involve themselves with it at all. That just sounds like a great idea to me.
Fair.
Okay. The night passes uneventfully. Bar that. So you can both have a full, long rest.
Yay.
In the morning, we perform the ritual of Mother Wild's Splendor.
Mother Wild Splendor.
And we also take another turn with the mirror. Yeah. Just buff ourselves up to the gills.
Yeah, I've just made it so that I have 4 luck points
Buff,
on my sheet.
Buff.
Yeah. So, as we are sitting down and making our final preparations today, when we finally get involved with these mind flayers, Valymr, there are 2 ways that this can go. The first is that we can... Well, I guess there's a couple of different magical spells that we can use. The first is a classic, a wonder, and absolutely essential in any situation, that is blessing us. Bless seems like it's a good call. It's going to help us out. There's also a much more complicated spell called Aura of Life, that a lot of its effects are not going to be useful here, but one particular one... Nope, sorry, not Aura of Life, it's Aura of Purity. I read that wrong. That's a lot of it's not going to be super useful. In fact, a lot of it was the same stuff that we got from just the Ritual of the Hero's Aid, but we're not using that today. But particularly, it helps protect against things that would blind, charm, deafen, frighten, paralyze, poison, or stun us.
That would be phenomenally useful.
So, if we wanted to double down on all our protections, I know you should be able to use Bless.
I can, yes.
I don't know if you have access to Aura Purity. I do.
Okay.
So I will handle the Purity, you handle the Blessing, and we will double down on that, just to ensure that we have every potential protection we can bring at this to work with us. Man, when there's only 2 players in a group, you really gotta consider all the angles for this. And make sure you reset your maximum hit points back down to normal too.
Yep, I just did that. Back to 143.
I don't have over 200 hit points anymore, man.
Hey, I remember when I got to 100. I'm like, yes.
Yeah.
No longer power.
I don't know if I'll break
killing
200 by the end of this campaign. Yeah, I don't know if I'll break 200 by the end of this campaign, because we've got 4 levels to go.
I think you will.
And I've got... What do I get? I get 10 a level? Technically speaking, yeah. And
Well, I'm never going to roll 33 on that aura again.
I mean, you'll probably get close.
Yeah, sure.
So, yeah, it wasn't 33, but it's still 19. Like, 14
Below
10's a
average.
lot.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, I can definitely bless us. Bless is concentration, isn't it?
It is. So it's important to remember, once we use these, we got to hold on to it for dear life.
It's concentration for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. How did the 2 of you want to proceed?
Carefully, safely, and hopefully successfully.
Bingo.
Okay. You begin to... Are you mounted or are you on foot from this point?
I was going to say, do we want to go on foot at this point? Assuming that we are better at slipping unnoticed than, 2 much larger mounts, Granted, Griffin, if we take the Griffins, they might balance our averages, because I guarantee you my Griffin's stealthier than I am.
Yeah, and mine is from this place and also can spider climb. So it might come in handy.
I can't spider climb, but it can't fly.
Yeah, it's just like... It's one of the maneuverable abilities. I don't know which one is more useful. Probably fly until we get into a tunnel.
Let's do something entirely unprecedented here, and I'm gonna go with this. I still had basically all of my spell slots yesterday, and I did take. No, I did not take Fine Greater State. So I was gonna say I'll just change Solvaril into what your mount is, and then we'll just have those two. That way we can stay close together. But I don't have that spell prepared, so I can't do that. So instead, nope. Griffin boy will be. You know what? My mount can see in the dark. He can just handle it. I have the dark vision potion, so I should be okay for that. All right.
Yeah.
Never mind. We have everything we need. Yeah, good to know.
That dark vision lasts for 8 hours.
Yeah.
Are we gonna get there within 8 hours? What you could do is ride Silveril, because again, it's still. There's a lot of ambient light from the mushroom, so I don't think it is the most necessary.
We're not in pitch darkness here.
No, you're not in pitch darkness yet.
No, I will trust Solvaril to see the things in the dark that I can't see, and once we get inside of tentacle monster range, then I'll pop the dark vision, assuming that their civilized area, if we could even call it that, is also as dark as Kensek Keep just kind of was proven to.
Yeah.
We have one more of those to spare, just in case.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The cavern begins to tighten. From the looks of it, it looks to be an old gem mine. Its value and worth long abandoned. And you begin walking the paths. Valymr, you would know that about this point is where you were told to wait with the mounts in the past, when the previous expedition went down here. So at this point onwards, you don't know what to expect. How are you both proceeding?
Gonna drink a potion of dark vision now. I suppose this is as good a time as any for that. If we can't take the mounts. To set a general alert. I'll even, because I think I have first level I can spare, I'll cast alarm on the area we're leaving them out, so we know if anything comes through that area.
Sure.
But also Solvaril, and I don't know what your mount's name is.
Sturka,
yes. They can communicate with as long as we're within a mile, so we also have that alarm in case something just happens to come in behind us. We should know that. And why don't you take the lead, Valymr? You made this trek before, at least some of it, and you know the area. I mean, it is a mine. I am familiar with mines, but also, when you say this is a mine, like what are the proportions of these shafts? Like, are these person-sized, Dweagar-sized?
Oh, these are like 15 foot.
Okay, they're huge, so we don't have to worry about Breton, squeezing in.
Yeah. There is like 5 foot either side of like a central minecart rail. So like,
it would have been cruel for him to send the 7'7" half giant and the guy who wields a glaive into an area where you're probably gonna want to take short stabbing weapons.
I mean, glaive as a spear works real well as well.
Theoretically, it's not what it's designed for.
But I will actually bring out the glaive as well to be entirely prepared and
sure.
Also useful in traversing shitty ground.
Sure.
And then I guess slowly make our way forward.
Valymr, you're taking point, right?
Yes.
Are you moving stealthily?
Yes, as much as
we should
possible.
At least make an attempt. That is fair.
Can you both give me stealth checks then, please?
Sure can.
Indeed.
I got a natural 20 and a 9 for a 10.
18.
Okay. Okay. Valymr, up ahead you hear squeaking.
Squeaking. Okay.
Like the hustle and bustle of rodents.
Is it time, Mitch? Is it a callback?
Is this the origin of Penatucci? Oh yeah, these might actually be brain rats.
This might actually be. So, like, I don't know how much we talked about Penatucci about where he came from. I don't think he ever mentioned these things, but
I think no,
Breton
he
wasn't there
He
for
was
that. So
escaped. He was escaped from this kind of thing.
Breton met him, but Breton wasn't there for those early conversations. So you would have been. I think that's actually lost lore because that was episode 1.
Possibly. You met them again though in season 2.
We did. We met them when we went back to Retbury the second
Yes.
time. But the first meeting with Penatucci was episode 1. That was the lost episode.
It was in the lost episode. Yeah. For those of you who missed it, Penatucci is a swarm of mind flayer brain rats that run a pizza parlor. Penatucci's food trays.
Penatucci's food trays. They're just pizzas. Yep.
But square. What is pizza but a food tray?
It's just bread you can eat.
It's just a plate you can eat. You can normally eat bread like
I mean, he's in America. Their bread is different.
And listen. Clearly, I'm having a day. I'm saying 9 in the afternoon. I'm saying bread you can eat. I think my brain was thinking it's food so good you can eat it, which is a commonly humorous expression.
I will.
Bethism.
I mean, you will have probably read about the brain rats in your book, right?
We met them because Breton was there when we went back to Retbury.
No, as in like the fact that the brain rats
Also,
are around mind
presumably,
flayer colonies.
Yeah.
But I will point out what I have heard.
I'm not sure how well they're even going to know we're here. We do have the rings right now. They may not be able to even sense us as long as we're
True.
quiet.
Let's hope they don't see us either. But we'll continue to stealth forward.
Yeah, Valmy, give me a quick advantage nature check.
Okie dokie. I rolled a 14 for a total of 14.
You would know that cranium rats tend to be used as spies.
These things are used as spies. We definitely don't want to be seen by them.
And here I was going to make a joke about, should we introduce ourselves as friends of Penatucci? What are the odds they know each other?
They probably think Penatucci's a traitor. Is this squeaking like coming from around a corner, around a bend, or does it look like there is going to be any way of avoiding this?
You could probably take a different passage, yes.
I would recommend we take a different passage.
I'm following you.
I will take another passage.
Okay. You continue to creep down these mine shafts. And as you go, the sound of squeaking fading behind you. You do see, after 5 minutes, maybe, of walking these somewhat winding mine shafts, you see a creature you sense a creature ahead of you. It is small, sort of hunched over near a crop of rock, facing away from you. It's probably about the size of a gnome.
And
Deep and heavy breathing.
I'm seeing it through blind sight or blind daredevil vision.
Yeah.
So I will point it out to Breton, who has drank his night vision potion, dark vision potion, and has better long distance sight than I do right now.
Mm-hmm.
And see what he can make out.
Breton, you see approximately 3-foot creature, hunched and like slothing form. Again, clearly has gone through a form of ceremorphosis. Tentacles like pooling from the face. It doesn't look as structurally sound as other humanoids, and it's got a kind of a rough skin to it. It's kind of oozing a little bit of black in places.
It looks like a tiny mind flayer.
Imagine a mind flayer combined with a moomin, if you know what those are. But about 3 foot tall.
So same height as a Moomin then?
I don't know the height of a moomin off the top of my head.
About 3 foot tall.
Are they?
Yeah. Maybe a little taller.
Never heard of a movement, had to Google search that, but sure.
Really?
That is a European thing, not an English American.
Finnish.
Are they Finnish?
Yeah.
The person who wrote it is from the same region that I live in right now.
Oh, no.
Don't think that one ever quite got across the pond.
Fair enough.
That is an expression that people say. I'm not crazy on that one.
No,
I'm
that's
aware
fine.
the ocean is not a pond. Correct myself on every idiom I'm using
But
today.
it's more like, kind of like elephanty, hippo-y, kind of like it's got a more animalistic nature to its form.
So like a ceremorphosis that failed?
Or something else influenced it, yeah.
Yeah, something is off about it.
And it is directly in our way, no chance of like sneaking around it?
It's directly in your way, and but it's facing away from you. It's kind of like shivering.
Do we try and put this thing out of its misery before it... Because we can't sneak around this thing.
Don't know of anything that we could do to help it, but it's going to become aware of us one way or the other, so it's gotta be dealt
Breton,
with.
make a perception check.
Perception. 9.
It's weird, but as you look at it, you could swear that parts of it seem like shadowy.
I just assumed that's part of dark vision that I've never had before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, it's kind of heavily disfigured from what it was before. You've seen in a lot of the diagrams that humanoids that go through ceremorphosis keep a humanoid shape. This clearly hasn't.
Is it something that wasn't humanoid that was infected? Did one of their infectious spawn get into something that wasn't person?
Would I have heard of anything along these lines?
You can attempt to make a nature check.
Oh boy.
Or
11?
Actually, I'll also allow you Arcana.
Should I just change that dice to with the modifier?
Sure.
16.
You know that, whilst you don't exactly know what this is, Valymr, you would know that the Geik often tried experimenting and often tried to make more variants of Illithid. and would seek other means, especially if they came across a creature that was otherwise immune.
Gnomes have some protection against this kind of, against magic in general, magical effects. It could be would gnomes be resistant to regular ceramorphosis, and this could be an attempt at brute forcing past that? Either way, I do think this thing probably needs to die. Probably wants to die. I'll sneak a bit closer.
Sure. Give me a stealth check.
I have returned. My Discord full on froze on me.
9.
Okay.
Stealth.
So, Breton was full on lost in thought because I didn't hear anything that was said after you said, make me a nature check.
Well...
I said
go.
nature or arcana.
They experiment, and then Valymr was like thinking about what he was going to say, and then I realized nobody's moving. I'm here by myself. I'm so alone.
Basically, yeah. That whilst Valymr doesn't know what this is, he knows that illithids try to experiment even on things that, even to try and get round things that are normally immune to ceramorphosis.
So I theorized maybe it might be a former gnome, because they have resistance to magic and maybe resistance to this as well. So they could have tried to brute force it. So then I tried to get closer and rolled a 9 stealth check.
Mm-hmm. You begin to creep forward when some loose rock on the tunnel floor kind of gives away, and you kick it down, and it looks straight at you, and just screeches at you telepathically and begins to run.
Towards or away?
No, away. Fear, almost.
I can't catch that, Valymr.
Hold person.
Has no effect.
Hold person has no effect.
It's not a person.
Mother balls. Okay.
Like we literally just spent like 2 or 3 minutes talking about how this is not a humanoid.
It looked like it was a former humanoid.
So like this has happened, and Brett just looks at Valymr's like, "You gotta catch it." And Valymr's like, "Spell that doesn't work." And Brett just looks down.
Okay, well, shit, didn't work. Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
And
Roll
with
3
my-
attacks.
With my new amulet, I get a +2 to hit on this as well.
Hell yeah, repulsor beam the fuck out of this guy.
Yeah. Can we both also roll initiative? Just my own.
Sure, you have advantage on this, Valymr, because you're within my long sword of warning. You also get a +4 to this.
Okay, then it's a 14, because I roll trash initiative, always.
And I got a 17.
Okay.
Okay, so the Eldritch Blast still go, though, right?
Yep.
Sorry, you should also have a 17, Valymr.
I get +5?
Mhm.
Yeah, because it's my proficiency.
Ah, cool. Well, the first one to hit is a 27.
Yeah, that hits.
Careful rolling this damage because you are targeting yourself.
Whoops.
Valymr realizes he just cannot live with the shame of trying to hold person. The creature that we just spent a few moments discussing is definitely not a person.
Look. Alright, so, first... Wait, do I not have Agonizing Blast? I do have Agonizing Blast. Where's my notes thingy? Where are my frickin' invocations? Why are none of my invocations on my sheet anymore?
Also, shouldn't each of these blasts be 2d10 because of the
You
gauntlet?
might be on the wrong value.
I'm not. I might be on the wrong value. No, I'm not attuned to the gauntlet right now.
Never mind.
That'll be plus my
That-
charisma modifier, which is +5, so it should be 7 damage, and then I rolled the second one. Where's it gone? Here it is. It's a 31 to hit.
Jesus. Yeah, that hits. This thing's not hard to hit for you.
11 damage.
Okay.
And then the final blast. Only 18 to hit.
Hits.
Okay, and then 15 damage.
This thing's looking pretty blooded, but is still running.
Then assuming we're taking out to the center, Breton,
Breton, you go.
how far away is it? I guess is the important question.
At this point,
If it's never mind. If it's with the range Eldritch Blast, it's with the range of this, because Moonbeam is also 120 feet. Breton is going to put a Moonbeam in front of it, down the hallway that it's trying to run down.
I would say it was within 50 of Valymr, so it's 60 of you.
Okay, so yep. Well, Moonbeam's 120, so we're just going to center a Moonbeam on the spot beyond it.
Mhm.
So if it wants to keep on running, it's going to have to run full force through a Moonbeam.
Okay.
I'm not upcasting it because I'm not using higher level spell slots for this. We'll just do a second level.
Mhm.
Now, and it's an interesting point to Moonbeam, and I'll just mention this in case it matters, Midge. If a creature fails its save against this Moonbeam, and it is a shapeshifter, it returns to its normal form.
Okay.
Just in case this thing happens to be a were creature, and that's why it's so weird.
Sure.
But that's Breton's turn. It's just, I imagine they're also just running off down the hallway, trying to keep pace with it.
Okay, if you're sprinting, you would definitely get closer to it.
Yeah, I'm running after it as well on my turn.
So this thing's intelligent. Its primary objective is to run, but it wouldn't run through the Moonbeam. Does the Moonbeam give off sunlight?
It does not give. It gives off. It gives off light, but not bright light or
Okay.
sunlight.
So not that would affect a sunlight weakness. Got it.
No, not that.
It's going to.
Paladin in one of my games took Magic Adept so they could take Eldritch Blast, and I still think that's one of the best ideas for every Paladin. Just give yourself a ranged option every single day of the week. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or not, Fisa makes a multi-purpose tool and takes Eldritch Blast from it.
It's all deadly.
You, Valymr, Breton, you both see this actually. It takes it. The creature begins to like the shadows that were kind of wobbling around this creature overtake it completely, and all you see is like a glowing set of eyes and that form, but shadowy, and it begins to move directly at you.
Okay.
Until Valymr, it walks through you.
Oh, it got the whole way before I got a turn?
Yeah.
Did it
Yes.
provoke?
And it's now running the other way down the hall.
When it comes into my range, I use my reaction to hit it with my glaive. Because I can do that when it comes into my range.
Are any of you emitting light right now?
No, I don't think so.
Then you can certainly try.
I have true sight.
You can certainly try to hit it.
$24.
You strike the space that it moves through you at and go straight through.
What the fuck is this thing made of? What the fuck is this thing? Does it look any different when it's like true sight range? What does it look like?
It's hard to say with true sight because when it's in true sight range, it looks more whole. It's almost gone into like a shadow form. It also then keeps going another 50 feet the other way. So it's now 40 foot behind you.
Jesus, the thing was like 100 feet.
Yep. Well, it does when it takes a dash action anyway.
But the Eldritch Blast seemed to work fine against it.
It turned into shadow after.
Okay.
Light. Some form of light. Maybe it's only in shadow when it's not in light.
You get on that, and Brett will like move to like grab the moonbeam and like swing it down to the other side of the hallway when it's his turn.
Hang on, hold up, wait a minute, hold up. I cast daylight.
Okay.
It's the only light spell I have.
Sure.
I cast daylight. Actually, how far did you say it was away from me?
40 foot.
Well, I'm gonna run up. I'm going to run 30 feet towards him. Put my hand on my glaive and cast daylight on my glaive. No. Yeah, I'm gonna cast it on my glaive.
Okay.
So my glaive shines now with
a 60-foot radius sphere of light that then dims. Yeah.
Yeah.
This creature returns to like that solid, slopping, illithid form, and is now just screaming. It seems like it's like using two of the tentacles to cover its eyes. It seems very sensitive to light.
I'm going to... Can't Misty Step, can I? Because that's spell and spell.
You're in range to hit it.
Use an action to cast daylight.
I just cast it, yeah. What can I do as my bonus action that I want to use right now? I guess that's all I can do this turn.
Okay. And with that, we're at time. A little bit over, in fact. So I am going to end the session here. So we'll remember this turn order. We'll remember where we are. And all I've got to do is to thank those who have been here. Thank you to Lord Lambert and to DM Lake. Hopefully we'll have Bethany back next week. I've been Midgeman. We've been the Component Cast. And this has been another episode of the Elendor Chronicles. And we'll see you next time. Bye-bye now.
Toodaloo.